Board and Wage and Personnel Board meeting here at the Lakeville Police Station on Monday, October 7th at 5:30. Welcome, everybody. LakeCAM is recording. Is there anybody here who is recording the meeting? No? All right, if we could all rise, please, and pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, the first order of business, we're going to go into a brief executive session. So I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct contract negotiations with non-union personnel, specifically the town administrator, and to return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candido, aye.
Day aye.
Excellent. So 5:32, going into executive session. We're going to go into the... Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're back into open session at this time. I'm going to enter into some select board announcements here. Town clerk would like to remind residents that early voting for November 5th election will begin on October 19th. Please visit the town website under the town clerk elections department, and you'll find all the information you need in regards to the upcoming election. If you have any questions, please feel free to give their office a call, and they'll provide that for you. We still have a few vacancies on some of the boards, committees, and commissions. So with the Cemetery Commission, Energy Advisory, and the Parks Commission. So a little fun fact, the first town meeting in Lakeville, does anybody know when that was? No, because don't look at your cheat sheet. And this was for the choice of our town officers, and it was held at the Washburn Schoolhouse, and I believe that's up on Taunton House,
I think so.
up there, on Saturday the 28th of May, 1853. Very good. All right, anybody else have anything for the select board announcements? I know that there was a lot of activity this weekend. Lakeville was hopping. Let me say, the fire department had their annual open house during Fire Prevention Week. Very well received. A lot of foot traffic there. Our first brewery, Red Hand Brewery, had their soft opening. So they had quite a few visitors. Our Lakeville Animal Hospital, Animal Shelter had their fundraising event over at the Ace Hardware. And I believe they raised $1,500 just on that event.
1,600, yeah.
Yeah, very good for them. Our Lakeville Arts and Music Festival had their annual event.
Without the rain.
Without the rain, I know. When I woke up Saturday morning, I was very thankful that we had no rain for that event. And it seemed like everybody had a really, really nice time. So, and the Angers Farm, they over the Conway had their big event as well. So Lakeville was happening. All right, Mr. Nunes, would you like to?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few items. The treasurer collector and I have been meeting over the last several weeks and regarding the payment of tax bills. I should say over assessment of property tax bills. So the refunds went out last Thursday. It impacted 74 property owners. Refunds totaled $62,422. I had last week a Zoom call, not only myself, but Plymouth County officials with Plymouth County Treasurer Tom O'Brien, Plymouth County and local officials regarding ARPA. The county distributed $70 million in ARPA funds distributed to 27 communities. The county is offering free IT cyber assessment. We have until October 24th to notify them to see if we are interested. Quarterly reporting, I talked to the town accountant, he is well aware that the report is due at the end of the month. They have extended the deadline for applications to October 24th. As you know, it was originally September 30th. And all ARPA funds need to be obligated by December 31st. So I did reach out to the Taunton Municipal Light Plant regarding fiber at Clear Pond Park based on the vote last week, 2 weeks ago, I should say, of the select board. The TMLP is in the process of getting some bids, some solicitation. They're soliciting some materials that need to be done, and they will get back to me probably by the end of the week whether or not it can be done by the end of the year. So I will keep you updated on that.
Appreciate that.
What's that?
I appreciate that.
Yep, no problem. And the last item on my report, the DPW director and I had a meeting, a Zoom call with a representative of the Beta Group regarding the Route 79 project. It most likely will go out to bid in August of 2025. Construction starts spring of 2026. As you know, they're in the process of starting the appraisal work. There will be some community outreach, neighborhood outreach. And I believe you have in the packet this evening, the right-of-way acquisition contract with AECOM in the amount of $328,488. They will be going out doing the appraisals and doing the outreach to the residents that will be impacted. So that is it for my report.
All right, anybody else have anything for Mr. Nunes? Yes, Brian?
If we could just touch on the taxpayer refund, I want to make sure I understand what has happened at this point. So is it correct that the refunds basically were resetting the first couple quarters to last year's assessed value, so that when there's final assessments, those numbers likely will still change?
Perfect time, and our treasurer collector is here. So,
The baton is yours.
again, this is not an issue for the treasurer collector. Obviously, it's the assessors, but her office is now doing the refunds and can explain it a lot better than me. So thank you for attending the meeting tonight. She's here not because of this issue, but because of something else.
So to answer that, the assessor's office put abatements through to correct pretty much the overvaluation that resulted in the higher real estate tax payments for quarter one and quarter two.
Mm-hmm.
When those abatements went through, some people had paid one or both quarters at that time, which created the refunds. So that's how the office got to the 74, I believe they were.
So are those first 2 quarters then? Now we'll consider them corrected, I guess.
Are they
based on
corrected? Yes. For
the current fiscal or last year's fiscal?
I believe it was based on last year's fiscal.
So then this next time, when there's an assessment
Yep.
completed,
Yep.
those numbers still could move
Correct.
based on
Correct.
everything else that
Quarter
has to
3 and
happen.
I would say
4.
probably more than could.
Well-
They
Will.
because, yeah.
I
it
just
will
don't
be-
want people to think
Yeah.
like it's fixed and I'm not gonna see a change now.
Yep.
No, because the sales data
Yes,
is still reflective of increased valuations. It's just that was erroneous, the way they
I mean,
calculated
I'm
it.
not the assessor, but I'd have to say that most people should expect an increase.
Okay, appreciate it. That helps.
Thank you.
Now, on the IT cyber assessment, if I may, you probably can't take a vote tonight, but any thoughts on moving forward? Maybe we can get a consensus. I know I forwarded that email to the now chair of the technology subcommittee, so we have been communicating. Mr. Chair, your thoughts?
I mean, I like free things, so, I think this is probably worthwhile to explore. We did something like this back in 2016, 17, there was something like this, where actually it was a report that then, Green Rivers and their predecessor kind of worked off of to get us to where we are now. So
It was a grant though, I think.
okay.
Yeah, it was a grant.
So I think it's great to always have some outside eyes take a look and make sure if there's corrections that are needed, we figure them out, or we're doing good.
So it is free, and I do need to notify the county by the 24th. So if I see no objection this evening, I'll let them say to
Is anybody shaking their head? No.
Okay, I will let them know.
Operationally, I think that's in your court.
All right, thank you,
All right.
thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moon. Let's see. All right, quickly, we'll, do our minutes and then we'll move on to our 6 PM, guests. Did everybody have a little while, because these were very well, written here, review the select board meeting minutes of September 18th and September 24th?
I have not, Madam Chair, but feel free to continue.
I have
Just have not had time,
either.
so.
Hey, man, I keep asking.
Okay,
Keep on going.
well,
That's how
I
you
guess
do it.
I'll entertain a motion, to approve the select board meeting minutes of September 18th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, any discussion?
Is there a way we could get these earlier, not just when they're ready for the packet, like when they're complete? Is that possible?
Sometimes they're getting finished right when I'm doing the packet. If I can manage to get them done quicker, I can send them out. But sometimes literally I'm doing them like on Thursday, I'm finishing them up.
Okay.
So I will endeavor to get them quicker.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, roll please.
Abstain. Fabian abstain.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candido, aye.
They abstain.
All right, I'll entertain a motion, to approve the select board meeting minutes of September 24th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, any discussion? Hearing none, roll please.
Fabian abstain.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candido, aye.
They abstain.
Okay, passes. Thank you very much. Okay, and it's a little after 6 o'clock, so about 6:02. We have on our agenda a presentation, thank you gentlemen, from Thorndike Development Corporation, to build 72 senior condominiums in 2 3-story buildings on land adjacent to the Lakeville Country Club. And,
Is this gonna be here? That's
are you going up this way or?
Yes.
Okay.
Scoot over here, have dinner and
I was gonna say, can we have a cupcake?
All right, I'm moving.
Oh, yeah. I love crunchy things on top. Grill.
You know which one is the front? I don't know, you can just try them all. It's the top 3 are the ones you press.
Oh, that looks good.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Great,
yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Great.
For the record, my name is Lloyd Geisinger. I'm the president of Thorndike Development. I'm here with Michael Devon, who will be working with me if we move forward on this proposal. We are going to take just a few minutes to try and familiarize the board with a proposal to build 72 senior condominiums on property owned by the Lakeville Country Club. And I'm going to move right through this. We have a number of issues that we're going to cover, but in the interest of time, I'll hit them as we move through rather than running through the list initially. I think everyone knows where the property is located. As I mentioned, it's part of the Lakeville Country Club property. This is a overview of what we're proposing. The entry drive off of Clear Pond Road, as you can see, the property is immediately to the east, to the right, as you're looking at this image of the entry road on property that currently has a series of solar panels sitting on it. Those solar panels would be relocated to a different location if this went forward. As part of this plan, we would also be updating the clubhouse parking lot, which is shown to the left. And just zooming in, there we go. You can see that in this plan, the 2 proposed buildings, each of which would be 3 stories, would have the parking to the rear, allowing us to create more of a streetscape as you're entering. I should have mentioned before as well, before jumping to the zoom in, there's also a proposed new roadway that would be for emergency access only, connecting to Harcourt Avenue, but would also provide frontage for the second building in this proposal. What I'd like to do now, if I could very quickly, is just jump to a little case study, a very, very similar community that we are just finishing the permitting on and will start construction in Halifax. We actually were approached by the select board in Halifax last fall, asking us if we would be interested in building a senior condominium community on property we had purchased. That property is shown here in site plan just south of where 106 and Route 58 come together. And we went before town meeting in December, this past December, and received very strong, overwhelming support, in fact, and had this proposal approved. We will be breaking ground in about a month. And the images that I'm going to show you this evening are of the architecture for these, for this community, which we are also proposing for the Lakeville Country Club property. But it was a very interesting process, one in which the town of Halifax had identified a need for senior housing. As it turns out, they had also been looking to fund a new senior center. They had passed a bond several years earlier, which had proved to be a little short when they went out to bid. They weren't crazy about the location of the senior center, and through discussions with the select board, we agreed to donate the parcel that's shown here on this property for a new senior center, as well as make a contribution towards its construction, adding the 4 pickleball courts as well, and then building 3 36-unit, 3-story buildings on the property. Michael, we lost, there we go. Are you messing this up? Yeah, I'm messing this up. It's on me. Sorry. This is an image of the senior center that we designed for the town of Halifax, that they are moving forward with right now on the parcel that I just described. The pickleball courts would be constructed by Thorndike and then deeded to the town of Halifax. And as part of the original presentation to the town meeting, we showed these renderings, which have since been refined, as I'll show you in a moment. So these next few slides, just jumping back to the proposal at the Country Club now, this is an image of the 3-story elevated building that evolved from the renderings that I just showed you that went to town meeting. This is on Montponce Street. This is off of detailed construction documents. It's actually accurate to a 1/4 of an inch. So this is exactly what we intend to build and what we would propose building if the board sees fit to support this at the Lakeville Country Club property as well. Just a few images that we've put together. This is the other side of the building, which would be on the side where the parking lot was shown. Green space similar to what we're showing at the Lakeville Country Club, just another shot of the same. And then jumping ahead to talk just a little bit about utilities, which are an important discussion and one of the things we want to discuss with the board this evening. Wastewater is not an issue. We would do an underground septic field, conceptually shown here on this plan. Water is a bigger issue, as I'm sure you're aware. I understand that the board just at its last meeting approved the construction of a new water line to service the Clear Pond Park. We would like to talk to the board, if it sees fit to support this proposal, about possibly upgrading that line, increasing the size of it so that it could then be extended to support the proposal that we have in mind. And in combination with that, possibly being able to allocate some of those funds to upgrade the Clear Pond Park and contributing as well to an upgrade of the Clear Pond Park. Alternatively, we would look to run a new line along Clear Pond Road. But in any event, this is an issue, a threshold issue that needs to be talked through and resolved if we're to move forward. At our presentation to the planning board, back in August, we were asked to provide the board with information in support of why we felt senior condominiums made sense to build in this location in the town of Lakeville at this point in time. And we sent along a memorandum to the planning board last week that I also shared with Bob. And we've included some of the slides from that. So very quickly, for Thorndike and for me individually, any discussion about senior housing and the need for senior housing starts with a discussion about the changing demographics in Lakeville, and for that matter, in every community in southeastern Massachusetts. I want to emphasize that the graphics you're about to see are in no way unique to Lakeville, but they are very important in understanding part of the housing crisis that we see in the papers every day. So this data is taken from the US Census. It's as accurate as we're able to obtain. And as you can see, between the year 2000 and 2020, one generation, the average age in Lakeville went from representing 20% of Lakeville's population to 34% of Lakeville's population. And not surprisingly, when we look at young families, and these are households with head of household between the ages of 25 and 44, the exact opposite is happening. So year 2000, just under a third of the households in Lakeville were what we would call young families. That number is now dropped to 23%. All of this has been aggravated by a push across Massachusetts, and for that matter, I would argue most of the United States. Remarkable, in my view, that the average size of a home between 1970 and 2020 went from 1,500 square feet to over 2,500 square feet. That's an increase of 70% in size. And so that brings us to the question that I put before you this evening, which is that for many of our seniors, while it might have made sense to have that 2,500 square foot house when they were raising their families, now that their kids are grown and they're looking at this next chapter in their lives, do they need all that square footage? And for many, I believe the answer is no. The condominiums that we're proposing would have an average size of 1,370 square feet. And that has some pretty significant ramifications, especially when you consider the fact that 86% of the houses in Lakeville are single-family homes, while only 28% of the families, or the households, I should say, have 4 or more people. So that means that almost 3/4 of the households in Lakeville are made up of 1, 2, or 3 persons. Many of those households might consider an alternative form of housing if they didn't have to choose between moving away from the town in which they raise their families, in which they have their church and are connected, and the kind of housing that is available to them. So a couple of quick images. In the condominiums that we would propose would be a blend of 1 and 2 bedroom condominiums. This is an example of one of the condominiums that is being offered at the Halifax community. Happens to be a 1-bedroom home with a den, very serviceable, very livable. This one happens to be 1,079 square feet. Here's a 2-bedroom condominium, open floor plan, primary bedroom, a 2nd bedroom, a den, really a terrific space for a 1 or 2 person household. And there's significant ramifications if we can meet the needs of our seniors. A combination of change in energy codes and just downsizing and building new. This 1,370 square foot condominium would cost more than would be a savings of $3,000, actually $3,217 over what it would cost to heat and cool a 20-year-old 1,800 square foot house in Lakeville. And while not necessarily germane to this conversation, all of this also results in significant greenhouse gas savings, significant savings in energy consumption, and as we've just mentioned, savings to the homeowner of more than $3,000. I have here, jumping back to the Halifax proposal, we contracted with Craig Seymour, who's a very respected fiscal impact analysis person, and he put together an analysis for the Halifax proposal that I just showed you. Keeping in mind that that's 102 senior condominiums as opposed to the 72 that we're proposing here. So 30% more, if you will. But his analysis, which was vetted by the town of Halifax, showed a net annual fiscal benefit to the town of just over $450,000. And we would be happy to get Craig on board if we move forward in doing the same type of analysis here in Lakeville. So that concludes the slides that I have relative to the proposal. I do have a couple of slides that would take a couple of more minutes to showing you a little bit of Thorndike. I'll leave it to the board whether you'd like me to run through these or stop here.
That's fine.
Will you just go back to the other one for just 1 second, please? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So very quickly, Thorndike development, I started Thorndike 41 years ago. Very scary thought, but I'm blessed with 3 young partners to carry on the tradition. This happens to be an apartment community that we built in joint venture with Campanelli about 5 years ago in Ashland, Mass. This is a condominium community that we just completed in Canton at the old, at the Paul Revere Heritage Site. It's another 3-story building type community that we built at Sawyer's Reach in Plymouth at the back of Colony Place. Short drive if you want to go over and take a look. This happens to be one of our clubhouses at a community that we built in Norton, another apartment community. It's all started for us when we got involved in Chapman's Reach at Marina Bay a little over 25 years ago, excuse me. This was a traditional neighborhood design smart growth community that won every award the nation had to offer. It really set us off on this whole smart growth traditional neighborhood design concept of not focusing so much on the cars and trying to build communities that are focused on people. This is this Village Green at Red Mill Village in Norton, which was named Best Active Adult Community in the nation by the National Association of Home Builders. This happens to be a concert that we put on for the residents. Another shot of Red Mill Village in Norton. We included Victory Gardens, which we do in many of our communities at Red Mill Village, which continue to be very popular. This is one of our model homes at the Pine Hills in Plymouth, which was named Best in the Nation as well when we built it. And that brings us back to the proposal and a rendering of the 3-story community here in Lakeville. So that concludes the slides. I guess I would conclude my remarks. I'm turn on a couple of lights here. As I told the members of the planning board when we presented back in August, as a company, we have a philosophy of only working in communities that want us to work here. We are not interested in an adversarial relationship. There's no 40B hiding behind this proposal. We believe in what we're doing. We believe that we bring value added to a community. And I sincerely believe that senior housing is a very, very important missing component in our communities. A lot of it, it's been in the news as recently as today as the Milton case goes to the Supreme Judicial Court on the MBTA housing. Personally, and I've told the governor this directly, my feeling is that if we can meet the needs of seniors more effectively, we can free up existing single-family homes in neighborhoods where it makes a lot of sense for those families to live. It is a much less impactful, but no less direct way of addressing the housing crisis that we have in Massachusetts. Building this type of housing that doesn't really exist right now provides a net positive impact for a community like Lakeville and allows the cycle of life to continue. As young families move into the homes where those seniors raise their families, and invariably provide sweat equity as they upgrade that home. And it's a great balance, and you don't lose, in my view, one of the most important assets that you have, which are your seniors who have lived here all their lives, who want to continue to live in Lakeville and don't want to have to choose between housing that makes sense for them at this point in their life cycle and the community that they love. Now, that's my pitch. I believe it. We've practiced it. And we'd love to work with you here in Lakeville. If you don't want us, as I always say when I give these first speeches, we'll take our marbles and we'll go play somewhere else. No argument, no pushback. I hope that you see the merits in what we're doing. I know there have been a number of proposals on this property before. Derek has been great to work with. You know, we'd like to stick our toe in the water and propose these two buildings. We were asked at the planning board meeting, what does this mean for the rest of the Lakeville Country Club property? And the answer is, I'm not sure. You know, our discussions with Derek have focused on trying to do this first, see if we can get some support and traction. We're open to doing more on the property, but that's a conversation for another day. So I will stop there. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I did have a couple of questions, and I know that the board probably does too. So the big one is the water, is getting water to the property site. So I'm not sure how, you know, we would have to, you know, have that discussion of how that would work, but, so thank you for going back to that slide.
Yeah. I will get there. There we go. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so we have, plans to get water, to our Clear Pond site.
Right.
And you're looking to potentially extend that line. How soon, if this was something that became, you know, would come to fruition, how soon would you be looking to start the project?
So in our conversations with Bob and the planning board, we talked about targeting your spring town meeting to go before it for a vote. I will tell you by point of reference, we were before Halifax town meeting in early December, and we are going to clear our last appeal period on our last required permit in a couple of weeks. So it took us 9 months from the town meeting to being fully permitted and ready to start. So that would put us, actually it worked out pretty nicely for us, for a spring 2026 start, if town meeting saw fit to approve this proposal. I will also say that we recognize that if we go before town meeting, ultimately the members of town meeting or the residents need to decide on the whole, is this a better thing for Lakeville or a worse thing? And in connection with that, looking at amenities and things that we can do to build a constituency, to expand our stakeholder group, are things that we recognize are part of the real estate development business. In this case, from our perspective, Clear Pond Park represents a very valuable amenity for our residents as well, in the sense that seniors have grandkids that come and visit all the time, and being able to go across the street makes a lot of sense. If we were able to work with the town to increase the size of that water line from, I believe it's a 4-inch line that's planned right now, to probably a 12-inch line, we would look at the total cost that we would have had to have spent to come from Rhode Island Road all the way in, probably around $500,000, you know, and be willing to put that in the kitty, hopefully freeing up a good deal of dollars to make improvements to Clear Pond Park. That's one thought that we had. We're not married to that thought, but that's one thought.
You had a question.
Not so much a question. I think that we need to go back and set expectations. Could the gentleman please explain what they'd be asking for at town meeting? Because residents don't vote on projects,
Right.
even though that's a common misconception.
I'm sorry.
So what, could you just
Thank
explain
you.
what you'd be
I
looking for?
appreciate that, and that's an important clarification. Again, I'll fall back on the Halifax example. So in Halifax, essentially two articles were before town meeting. One was to create a new zoning bylaw that allowed for low-rise senior condominium, senior housing. And the second was to create an overlay district for the particular piece of property that was before town meeting. So the way that Halifax wound up structuring it was to say, we're gonna create zoning that allows for senior housing. But the only way in which, but before someone can propose senior housing that would go forward, it would need to come back to town meeting, which would have to approve a new overlay district for that particular portion of land. The subtleties in Halifax were also that the particular property that we owned was commercially zoned property. So the overlay, the zoning bylaw also specified that senior housing as an overlay use would only be permitted on property on land that was already commercially zoned. That was the subtlety of that particular situation. But the more important issue here was that it was a two-step process. Step one was to create zoning that would allow for that type of use. Step two was to create overlay zoning that said, before anyone can do anything, town meeting has to approve the particular location in which that property is being proposed for housing. And there was a minimum lot size and all that type of thing as well.
Thank you.
I have a question. I love it. I think it sounds great.
Thank you.
Maybe a little too great.
Uh-oh.
No, I actually really like it. That road can be dangerous because it comes right around a curve.
Okay,
How, have you thought?
I haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
But I fully recognize that there's a full vetting process that we would need to go through in terms of traffic analysis and all the rest. And we have every expectation that there would be off-site improvements as well as on-site improvements that would need to be made.
Have any of the abutters been notified?
I'll answer that in two ways. A number of abutters were at the planning board presentation that we made. I believe they were there for other matters, although I think you were there for us. Yes. The planning board chair took it upon herself to informally poll the residents that were there, which made me very nervous when she did that. But it was great, and we got a lot of feedback. In general, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the impression that I got was that people were interested in learning more. And that's all I would ask this evening, is whether or not this board is interested in learning more. We're not looking for an endorsement. You don't have enough information to suggest an endorsement. But we are interested in knowing whether this is a no, we're not interested in this, or whether you're interested in learning more. And my next step was going to be to hold a neighborhood meeting, which we would do very quickly before the holidays.
Okay, one last question. Would you go to that slide that I asked you to return to, please?
The one about the,
Which one was
It
it?
was the one with the property
funding.
tax.
Oh, yes.
That-
There you go.
this one.
Yes.
So this project would bring in an estimated $628,000 in annual property taxes?
Yes.
For the town?
This is in Halifax.
Oh, this is Halifax, okay.
Right, so this was 102 condominiums as opposed to 72.
Okay,
So this is the Halifax case study. We have not commissioned Craig, but we're willing to do the same type of study for this proposal.
thank you.
I have,
Yeah, go ahead.
great question. Price point,
What would the home sell for? Normally, I dodge that, but in this
Sure.
particular case, we went live with our website for Halifax last week. The community is called Featherwinds. I'll send you the link, but all you have to do is Google Featherwinds in Halifax, and all the prices are there. They range from $393,000 to, I think, $549,000. That's, might not be exactly right, that's pretty close.
And then an association fee.
Of course, yes, yes.
Brian?
So, first of all, we're certainly lacking in senior housing. And when we look at this individually on its own, there's a lot of positives. But have you ever gone back, to look at this slide, take Halifax or any other establishment you've created that's a few years old now and said, all right, we've got, let's just say it's 100% occupancy now. How many of those people came from that locality versus came from others? Because when I look at this and say, okay, potentially, I know the numbers aren't right for our town, but 452,000 for Halifax and the positive, fantastic. If all those seniors came from in town, we open up all those houses that are 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 4-bedroom, that can quickly turn upside down based on educational costs. Because I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. Last time I looked, it was like 18,500, 19,000 per student per year for us. So that 425 would be wiped out very quickly if many of those people came from inside town and those homes turn over to younger families and such. So
We can certainly survey that information. We've built several thousand of these. And it's a good question. And I do know the answer, but I don't know it precisely. But around 15 or 20% of the people usually come from the community where we actually build the property and the rest of the surrounding towns. You know, the conversation surrounding school-age kids is a very tricky one. And I intentionally didn't get into that tonight so that we wouldn't get sidetracked, because Bob told me I had 15 minutes. And,
yeah, but that is, what, 60% of our budget?
of course, it's 60% of everyone's budget. Absolutely true. But, you know, look, there are very few decisions that are more important to individuals and of all individuals than where they live and how they live. And I think we have an obligation to meet the needs of the cross-section of our populations. And the reality is, although I understand that you're not going to believe me when I say this, but the reality is that the cohort of school-age children in Lakeville and every other community is going down, not up. And as such, if we don't find a way to balance that seesaw a little better, we're going to find ourselves having principals and administrators and everything else in schools in which the classrooms have 15 kids rather than 22 kids, in which they have smaller grade sizes, and those costs per pupil are going to go up, not down, because that baby boom bulge has passed. So I think that if we don't keep reinvigorating our population with a cross-section of household types and sizes, we're going to wake up one day and everyone's going to look like me and Bob. Well, it's your birthday, so I'm going to
Smart guy.
I mean, I don't disagree with the statement.
Yeah.
We are seeing a downward trend in student enrollment. The other challenge is we're seeing a much higher rise in English as a second language and special education costs, which are ballooning beyond. So even with the
Crazy.
smaller student costs,
Of course.
budget's still going up, even though it's going down.
Right.
So that's my only follow-up for that. My other question would be, a 12-inch water main sounds like way more than 72 units. So I'm going to ask, is this phase one? Is this phase one of 5?
I said 12 because I expected that any DPW that I talked to is going to want us to put in a 12-inch line. I'm happy to put in an 8-inch line. But there isn't really that much cost difference between 8 and 12 other than the size of the pipe.
Well, we know the rest of the property is for sale, 140 acres zoned as business.
That's not why I said that.
Well,
Okay.
but
But
a 12-inch main turns into a lot of opportunity for other stuff.
It's not why I made that statement. It was just because I would expect that a DPW would look for a 12-inch line there, that's all.
Mhm.
That's what was proposed if it went down Clear Pond Road, your other alternative that you didn't choose.
Yep.
That line was proposed as a 12-inch line. So that's the only reason we suggested 12-inch.
Madam Chair. So with the new accessory dwelling unit law,
Yep.
do you expect your business overall to be impacted with senior housing? I mean, are you expecting a lot of folks to stay on their property, albeit in like a little bungalow unit, and let their kids buy their big house? Or, my biggest thing is to have something really nice like this, and I don't think that it wouldn't fill up, but, around this particular town, let's say, everyone has an acre and a half, so they can do, you know, by right. Unlike other communities where, you know, their property is, you know, half acre, a quarter of an acre, but everyone around here has, acre and a half is the minimum lot size requirement, so.
You know, I think it's a great law, to tell you the truth. I think it was a really brilliant move. I'm not sure that everyone would agree with me. You know, at Thorndike, our mantra is we don't need to be the right thing for all people, we just need to be the right thing for some of the people. And the reality is that I do not expect every senior who's age qualified and income qualified to look at this and say, my gosh, what a great solution, that's where I want to live. We just need some of the people to say that. And for others, the accessory dwelling unit might be a great solution. The reality is that these types of changes happen very, very slowly. If a community like this was being built in every single town around you at 10 times the size, I might worry. But the Sawyer's Reach community that we showed you that we finished in Plymouth about a year and a half ago is 224 units. It was sold out 18 months before we could convey the last unit. We could have sold those units twice over in the period of time. The baby boomer cohort is so large and so underserved that the last thing I worry about is there not being enough demand.
Last question I have, now, for all the properties that you had identified this evening, do you utilize the same management company?
No, we don't do property management ourselves. So Thorndike, we do everything else.
Okay.
We have our own construction company, we do our own on-site sales, we do our own development, we have in-house architecture, landscape architecture, sales and marketing. We do not do property management. I do not like property management. So we have employed different property management companies at different communities. But the reality is that once we turn these communities over to the homeowners, they choose their own property management company.
Is there any of your past endeavors include any small amount of commercial in the plan? Because we continue to see housing project after housing project after housing project, but very few, if any, are incorporating anything else to the plans to really make it a community. Whether it's a coffee shop or anything else, the people still find themselves having to drive off to do the groceries, drive off to get this, drive off to do that. There's nothing that really says this is home besides it's where I hang my hat. I'm just curious if you've had any slight mixed-use developments that incorporate that in the past.
So the answer is yes, we have, and also I couldn't agree with you more. However, it's very challenging to create commercial space if you don't have the foot traffic and you don't have the car traffic to support it. At the Red Mill Village community that we showed you in Norton that I said was named Best in the Nation, there's a retail center that we built out on the main street, which has done quite well. There's a coffee shop and a breakfast type coffee shop that now serves dinner as well, and there's a hairstylist, and there's about 10,000 square feet there. We wound up renting that out, basically breaking even, which was okay, but to do exactly what you're talking about. In Canton, which we showed you as well, which we just finished, we just conveyed the last home there last week, which is the Paul Revere Heritage Site. We did all of the condominiums, but that is a master planned community that also has senior housing, which we did not do, and a restaurant that was built. What's the name of that restaurant?
The Northern Spy.
Northern Spy.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is a great spot, which is in the old Paul Revere mill building. So that has that mixed use as well. But that's walking distance to Canton Center.
Yeah.
I think I don't want to set false expectations. I would love to do what you're saying. And yes, if there were additional development that occurred, on the overall property, something like that might be economically viable, but it wouldn't be with just these 72 homes. On the other hand, you know, as we look at the needs that these seniors have and what they would find attractive in terms of filling out the quality of their week, the golf course is a great amenity, not just for playing golf, but also for walking. I was very serious about the value of the Clear Pond Park across the street. We would love to work with the town to give that a fresh coat of paint and maybe a little bit more, because it would be a great amenity. We built the pickleball, we're building the pickleball courts in Halifax because it's the fastest growing sport in the country. It's great for seniors and for others also.
All right, so you're just looking for a nod from us, or, you know,
Yes, and an acknowledgement, I guess, that you're open to working with us on getting water to the site, because that would need to come through this board. And if we don't have water, we don't have a project. So one way or another, we've got to get town water. I'm not saying that we need to necessarily piggyback onto the line that you just approved, but I'm very familiar with ARPA funds. I'm very familiar with how these programs work. We're doing several other ARPA projects right now, and if there was an interest in working with us on that, we would make it work with your timeline. And I think that we could find a way to combine our funds and use some of that money and some of our money for other things as well. But either way, whether we're running a new line down Clear Pond Road to get to the property, you know, or we're working with you on a line, if we don't have town water, we don't have a project. It's just that simple.
I assume you've already calculated your gallons per day you're looking for then?
I'm sorry?
I assume you've already calculated your max gallons per day you'd be looking for then?
Well, it has to be under 10,000 because otherwise we couldn't do an on-site septic system. It's about 7,500 gallons a day.
So that's within our allocation.
Madam Chair, through you, Mr. Manager, would it even be possible to amend anything with the ARPA project at this juncture, even just having the conversation?
Yes, probably not. And the project's been out to bid. They should start soon. So,
Yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah. There has to be, you know, done by the end of the year, so that's the goal.
The
It will be
commitment has
done.
to be by the
Yeah,
end of the
what's
year.
that?
The commitment has to be completed by the end of the year.
Yes, but they, like I said, the project's been out, the contract's been awarded.
I see,
So
okay, fair enough.
it's a little late, yeah.
But we could put another line inside your trench also.
Sounds creative.
Trench is open, just
Yeah.
slip it in, no one would ever know.
I mean, I'm
That would be
certainly
great.
not opposed to, you know, seeing if there's an opportunity to.
And if there isn't, I think more importantly, I don't want to get sidetracked here, more importantly, as long as the town is open to our, in one fashion or another, getting water down Clear Pond Road, even if it's an entirely new line, as unfortunate and as silly as that may be, we just need to know that this is a conversation that we can continue to have as an open dialogue.
Madam Chair.
As you know, you mentioned, we've all discussed in the past, great potential for Clear Pond Park. And the board has supported a study, an engineering study for kind of take a look at Clear Pond Park. We're using ARPA funds, so the engineering firm will be working on that very shortly. We haven't awarded the contract yet because there's some other moving parts to the ARPA funding, but there will be a plan eventually on some of the infrastructure at the park.
Madam Chair, through you. Additional to that, with the conversation we're just having about it being feasible to do it at the same time or whatever, that would have to be done well in advance of any of the votes of the projects. So there would be a significant investment in your time, and that might not come to
When are
fruition
you
if
planning
that-
on doing the actual construction?
The fall, this season, this construction season. For the water line?
Yeah.
Yes, this construction
Oh,
season.
this year?
Yes,
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying.
yes.
So no, we wouldn't.
Like I said, the contract's been awarded
I-
and went out to bid, and
Got it.
so they're ready to
I'm
go.
sorry, I didn't realize you were that far
Yeah.
along. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm very much in favor of hearing more. I think it's a big improvement over the alternative option that we were presented with before, and I think it would be great for Clear Pond. So I'd like to hear more.
Yeah. I think it could be a really nice community, between, like you said, the Clear Pond, which is, I mean, maybe it could become more than 8 weeks a year. Maybe we could do something there that's, you know, more attractive, 6 months a year. But also you could turn it into a community with the golf and everything else, so, and we know that's where a water line can go. We're already working on it, as opposed to, you know, other places where, you know, we're trying to put housing and there is no water access, and that always scares me, so.
Madam Chair, I'd say I'm not for or against, I'm kind of ambivalent right now, just this quickly and learning this much, like, I wouldn't wanna put the other boards feeling like in a position of, oh, the select board's already signed off on this in some way, so they, you know, they have to do their due diligence and whatnot. It sounds like timing is off for the water line anyways.
And there's a whole conversation about zoning,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, and we never know how that's gonna happen at town meeting anyways.
Yep.
We have no control over that.
And I think these gentlemen were trying to get an idea if this is something that, you know, we would.
I mean, it's something I think the town needs. Just when and how is always up for debate.
Yep.
I think there's potentially, I'd love to see some of those numbers on local residents versus.
I'm sorry, I'm
I would love to see some of those numbers on residents that came from locally versus not. I feel like I said earlier, individually, to look at it in isolation, it looks like a really possible sweet deal. The other potential ramifications across the town, I don't know that we have a crystal ball to figure that out, but it could be significant. You know, we're just seeing increasing costs of, you know, again, our senior population is already high and growing. And to add this, if 80% of the people are going to come out of town, then that's even more run rates for emergency services, which we're seeing go through the roof. Talk to our fire chief if you haven't yet. I mean, the number of calls that they're doing for elderly services are just out there. People are basically using the fire department now instead of going to urgent care or ER and whatnot. So there's all those like intangibles that you really, it's hard to put a number on that I worry about.
Yeah, and it's a very good point. The exact same issues came up in our discussions with the select board in Halifax. The analysis that I showed you that was done by Craig Seymour, and he is incredibly well respected with what he does, took all those things into account. I mean, he did have conversations with the Halifax Fire Department, and all those increased costs were factored in to that analysis that still resulted in that net positive. Because as you pointed out, when you take the school-age kids out of the equation, it's a game changer in terms of how those numbers work.
Yep.
You know, I do want to say one last thing on the potential issue with school-age children and families opening up. The reality is that these seniors that live in your community, as they age, some percentage of them are going to move. And if they don't have an option of moving here in Halifax, staying in Halifax, they'll go someplace else. Because the people, those households that decide that single-family home where I raised my family and have lived for the last 30 years doesn't make sense for me anymore, because I can't get up the stairs, or I don't want to put more money into that roof, or whatever the case may be, they're going to get up and go. So that household is going to be available to someone else, whether we build our condominiums here in town or not. And so if you're helping to meet the needs of your residents and you're adding dollars to your tax base, I don't know that the decision as to whether or not kids move into that house that they move out of is any different, because they're moving out anyway. You're just marrying the two concepts. And we will provide you with that data that you asked for.
Yeah, yes, but one of your initial selling points, I don't think we're in disagreement over the whole idea. I'm just kind of giving you background.
No,
on the thought
I get it.
process. Was that, hey, if we provide this, they will come, right? Because they want to stay in town. So we can't say that they're going to go move elsewhere when the sales pitch is also, we got to build this so they'll stay in town.
I'm flexible. No,
I'm looking forward to learning more.
You raise a very good point, and I am being a little bit two-faced here. But as you pointed out, it's not a clean picture. You know, there are subtleties to this. And I think that I have never seen data that we could point to that would say, okay, if we build this in Lakeville right now, rather than 10% of your senior population selling their homes and moving away, 15% would sell it. I don't know that answer.
And that's fair, that's fair.
But I do feel that there should be a connection between those two.
I'll just weigh in. Everyone else weigh in. I'm a big proponent of senior housing. I'd love to see more options for our seniors, whether they take it or not. I'd love to see that there's an option for people to stay. I'd love to see, the use, be matching, what people want. I enjoy the renderings. I think there's a lot of community work with that I appreciate the spirit of, whether it be the Victory Gardens or the very noisy pickleball courts or any of the amenities that you're saying. And I think, quite frankly, that's probably gonna be the way to Lakeville's heart, is to make sure that anyone that's wanting to do business in Lakeville really takes the community that we live in into consideration, and the fact that, you know, we want happy people, we want people to be outside, we want them to take advantage of the amenities. I think the proposal you brought to us is visually appealing, and it's definitely a good looking, not a boxy looking project, and I appreciate that there's some aesthetic value in everything that you've presented here today, and I do appreciate that. I'd love to hear more about it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I got one final question. Are there elevators?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, there are elevators. Yes.
Oh.
Madam Chair, Derek Maxey, owner of Lakeville Country Club. Great presentation. I'm not endorsing nothing. I wanted to just talk about the water real quickly. About 2 years ago, we lost our well at our club, and we were down for 9 months because we didn't have any water, and it took DEP close to a year to actually pre-approve a new well location while we brought in temporary water and everything. And so we had no cooking, nothing. And my thought is, if this water, I wish hindsight I knew this was happening, because I would have liked to talk to the board earlier and said, there's 4 residents right on that road that also have shallow wells, that we have a lot of iron in the water and stuff. And my country club well is shallow as well, because DEP doesn't let you go deep if it's a repair. Are these neighbors gonna be able to tie into this line if they need water? I mean,
I think that that's always an opportunity, you know, for discussion. I think we've done that when we ran the water line here, up 18. So I think that that's always an opportunity.
yeah, and if it's something where this developer's not interested in upgrading the line, I might be able to consider it to work with the town to get the line on the other side of the street where the houses are, and then you only have 1 crossover versus you're gonna have, eventually you're gonna have 4 later or 5. You know, when the moratorium or whatever's up on the road, but just a thought, I wish I'd known about it earlier, because we went through a lot without having water. And in a business, that's tough, but thank you guys for
No, thank you
everything
for
today.
that, Derek. Thank you. Gentlemen?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Master plan. Thank you for your patience. Come on up.
That's the longest 15 minutes I've ever experienced.
Come to more of our meetings.
No, thank you.
Maureen, you might want to move your microphone. Because you speak softly. That's me.
You already started your meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, correct?
Yes, we did, sir. Is yours meeting in session? No.
It will be in a second, right? It will be momentarily when you allow us to.
Oh, you're more than welcome to get started on opening your session. I'm sure everybody will be returning.
I think we're all good. Just like to call the Master Plan Implementation Committee to order. LakeCAM is recording the meeting. Take roll call. Rodney Dixon present.
Joseph Chamberlain present.
Patrick Marshall present.
Jack Lynch present. Rita Garbutt, present.
Thank you. We typically start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Since you've already done it, we'll waive that for this time. We have 3 items tonight. The Pledge of Allegiance, meet with the Select Board to review the goals of the Master Plan Implementation Chart, and then any other business that may properly come before the meeting. So I would defer to you since you're the chair.
Well, I thought it was our due time. I know you have been diligently meeting with all of the other boards, committees, and commissions, and talking about, this beautiful, product that was created, from input of our citizens in Lakeville. And I thought it would be time to talk to us and see, maybe where you're at and how things have been going. Are you meeting some of the benchmarks that you've set for yourselves? And, are we as a select board, are we, moving in the direction that, you had on your plan? Where we might be able to maybe shift our focus a little bit to kind of meet that. But I just thought it would be a great time to have you here and say hello and wish Joe Chamberlain a happy birthday.
Happy 25th birthday.
Yeah, right. The big 8-0.
You don't look a day over 50.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So thank you. We've met with the majority of the boards and committees. You were one of the few that we're waiting to meet with. Obviously, we're going to satisfy that tonight. The Master Plan Implementation Committee really relies on the stakeholders, right? It's an a long-term aspirational document that was created with the input of the citizens of Lakeville. What we've been told many times through previous administrators is that we are not a policy-setting committee, so we really have no authority or teeth. We rely on those that have a vested interest in the plan to actually work on the plan, execute, and then let us know where we're at, and then we update the chart to see where we've been successful. So to that end, I would turn it back and ask, what does the board's ask of our committee?
Based on, I believe this is through 2030,
2030.
Correct.
2030, right?
Correct.
So with looking at the big picture here, how would you say that, we as a community are meeting the chart that we had set out to meet?
We've done a good job. We could do better. This is a living document and it's subject to change, of course. One of the things that changes that I think people need to understand is we don't have an opinion about the plan. We take what's told, from the citizens, we put it into this. And as things change, as an example, housing, then we have no opinion on that rather than just to update the actual matrix. The Lakeville Hospital, Lakeville Country Club, Freetown Street, etc. So the impact of those decisions, as far as our committee is concerned, is just we update the chart accordingly, and then that may have downstream effects. Housing, of course, we know is a hot topic right now, housing shortage in particular, with everyone, including seniors. I've said this before as a private citizen, that the high-density housing in 40B and et cetera is incompatible with the master plan. We don't want, when I say we, let me restate that. As a community, we've been very clear about we don't want high-density housing. We have a certain vision that relates to the character of the semi-rural or rural character of the town, and that can quickly change with the type of housing that's coming or being proposed. Senior housing is great. We talked about that. It's on the plan. I think it's a very important component. Mentioned it before. People like my mom, my mom's a widower in the house that we grew up in. She has no plans to go anywhere, but the cost of living is getting to the point where it's difficult. I don't think it's unique to her. So to that end, select board has a decent amount of work according to this. So I would ask, when you do your due diligence and your duty to the town, if you could always keep this document in mind. as I would ask any of the other committees that we've met with, to please keep this in mind when you're doing your work. Because, you know, the coordination of the plan, if you were, really is not within our scope and responsibility. It's really the planning board's scope and responsibility, and the boards, other boards that have a vested interest. We take and gather the information through meetings to find out who has a vested interest, what their goal is, you know, who the responsible party is, and say, okay, where are you at with this? And then try to keep this document in front of people. I've said many times that the document is not to be a static document. It's to be a living, breathing document that just doesn't, you know, sit on the shelf once we've completed it. And then come 2030, we work on another one, and we do all the work and get all the input from the citizens, and then it just lay dormant. This document is available online for all those who need or want to read it. I think it's a very important document, but again, it does change with decisions that are made from the town. And what happens in that case, again, we just update the master plan. So if there's anything in particular, we can read some of the accomplishments. I know Rita has a question about what we were discussing, a question about something as the Assawamsett sidewalks as an example. It was a grant, correct?
Correct.
You know, it was a grant for some monies that should have been done in the past. Did it come to fruition or not? And obviously it hasn't. Because-
$250,000,
Yeah, it was-
and Ari, they'd extended it, the grant, until, oh no, I'm sorry. They were resubmitting it in 2023, and we don't know if, what happened.
What page
The
are you on?
sidewalks are pretty, that's page 9. Top one. Cause, I go there a lot, and the sidewalks, cause this is under the, Americans with Disabilities. That's a very, especially over by the cafeteria, it's very treacherous. I used to bring my mother in with the walker to see functions there, and
Brian, is that the AD? Sorry.
That grant started, it came in 1923, I'm sorry, 2023.
1923.
Yeah.
It's really expired.
Yeah, that's old grant, no, 2023, and we have a question, we have
I
a,
have 2023 on there.
yeah, a question mark, we have a question
Yes.
mark.
Oh,
on it.
so my
So the
question
que-
is,
Is that the
has
one-
anybody, has it been,
There was one that was
Where is it?
denied.
There was one denied. I'm not aware if there was a resubmission or not.
Got it.
Do you know if it was that one that was denied though?
It was last year that it was denied.
Is it for essentially like all the concrete around the entrances and the ramps at the school?
the whole sidewalk all the way
I
around?
believe that's the one that was denied, but I'd have to go back and look.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Ari said they were gonna reapply.
Madam Chair, I'll check with the DPW Commissioner tomorrow,
Okay, that would be great.
I already
a
did.
DPW Director.
He doesn't know
It,
about
I
it.
think it was
doesn't know.
originally submitted by the last planner. I don't know where it's gone since then. Clark might have some supporting evidence.
So yeah,
They
just
usually
check
turn
with
it down
Clark.
with a reason too.
I don't know what it was.
It's also the flow of information sometimes is a challenge. We had the committee had laid dormant for a while, a couple of years, and then we reconvened, and once we reconvened, we really started from ground zero and asking, okay, what if anything's been accomplished? And with one of our members, former members, Jim Rogers, great man, great contributor to the committee, we started really looking at what has been accomplished, and we were pretty amazed.
We've
And once
done
we
quite a
started
bit. If you
doing a
look
deep
on-
dive, we've
Yeah.
actually accomplished quite a bit. But again, it's the flow of the information. We'd like the information pushed to us versus us pulling it from people, if that makes sense. So, again, to keep this, in front of people, that's the goal of this committee. I would turn it back to this board and ask, what do you expect of us? Bearing in mind, it's an aspirational document that's created by the citizens. We're charged with implementing it, but we don't have the authority to implement it. We rely on the people who are the, let's see, what do we have as the responsible parties? That we really rely on them to do their bit and then communicate what they've done to us as it relates to the to this document.
Chair, through you, when the town planner position was active, was that a big conduit for you guys to reach out to about progress, on any of these initiatives, and that was
We
something?
met with Mark
Yep.
Knox,
And we met with Mark Knox, we met with, Mark Resnick. He did facilitate information to the committee. So it was, it was value add where he gave us information.
So my question there is, like, a lot of stuff I see on here is, it's broken out really well, but I don't have any links to like the information that, say we had a grant that we went for and it was on here and it was denied. I would think like a link to that grant would be something helpful, like, something that we could look at on the computer and catch it up on. Some updates on where we were with it, just some little drop downs or something that we could keep track, in progress, not started, like those type of things to kind of keep us organized and us ahead of it, because you guys are the keeper of the information, obviously. But in order for us to kind of help push like some of these things coming forward, boards change and people move around, and it makes it hard to keep track of what was done and what wasn't done, just like this ADA grant that we're talking about.
Right, and I understand that. I would say something like a SharePoint, if the town has a SharePoint, which I don't know if we do or not, has a SharePoint for the different committees, where that information's in a central database. I would propose to you to have the different committees
Agreed.
put stuff in the SharePoint so it's available
Yeah.
to us too.
And I think that would help everyone, because we're just doing information, we're not talking about opinions.
Right.
And, being able to share information in a way that makes sense, not where people have to hunt and peck for it.
Well, that's what we did for the
Yeah.
last several years, we're hunting and pecking, right?
Exactly.
And it's, listen, everyone has a job to do. Each committee, each board has a job to do, and they're doing their jobs. As they're doing their jobs, we're having to meet with them, obviously, to get the information, which is great. I just think that, who's gonna actually implement the master plan is probably the better question to ask, understanding that we don't have the authority or the ability to.
And I was gonna throw one more part in there. What gets looked at gets done. I don't think the select board has traditionally done a great job at enforcing, like, where are you with the master plan? Where is that? Having a twice a year check-in with each of the boards and committees on, are you working towards this goal? Is this not possible? Can we take it off the list? And something where they quite literally have deadlines. Everywhere else has deadlines. We can make deadlines for boards. You would think, in order to share information, to make your jobs like more, interactive, instead of you're telling them you're waiting waiting forever, and then you end up meeting with them another year later.
I think, if I may, for you, Rodney.
Absolutely.
And I think that's, again, probably no different than any other committee in the town either is, Rodney's done a good job trying to get this committee together to meet with boards periodically and say, hey, where are we on this? Goals are, I think the last one we did meet was planning board, wasn't it? Or, no, the historic, park, yeah.
Park Commission.
So I think in that, for at least the next year or so, is kind of our goal too, as far as to do that. But I think, again, just getting the information, it is the hunting and pecking
Yeah.
that, I know it's not just our committee either that's doing that.
Right.
What Maureen said about getting back to, the boards, committees, and commissions, I think this is, this type of a format, I think, is for the overall. But what if we were to, pick a time, a specific time every year, where, it was like, okay, planning board, these are the items that are listed for you on the master plan. And these are the things that have been accomplished, and these are the things that are still outstanding. In that type of a format, whereas, I know when I was going through here, select board's kind of all over the place a little bit, but, maybe that type of a format where it was more narrowed and more focused.
Are you asking us to ask?
Oh, no, I'm just saying that might be a different approach for us.
Well, there's a carrot and a stick approach, right? You take the carrot away and you beat it with a stick, kind of mentality. We can't do that. We have no authority. We can ask, we can we can beg, we can do many different things, but it's really ultimately up to the individual committees and boards to ultimately do what you're asking. You know, we discussed on this board about me doing a report out once a year. Maybe either to this board or to even the town meeting. Hey, with a master plan implementation committee, do you know we have a master plan? This is what it is, and this is where we're at. Something is like that can be done. If you want it to more formalize it with this, we're happy to do this a couple of times a year. But I would defer to whoever has the authority and the power to enforce it.
I know there were two hands up, Brian and Jack.
Go first? As a member of the planning board, Mark Knox put me on this board, asked me to be on this board, to be the conduit between you folks.
Jack, your microphone is.
You got it.
Nice try, Jim.
Yeah, right. So I was supposed to be the conduit between the Master Plan Implementation Committee and the planning board. So what I do is, I bring this back, the most current one, and I distribute it to all the planning board members. And Mark Knox, to his credit, and now Michelle McEachern, takes this, and then we incorporate that into our goals. And as you can see, I can show you on some of our agendas, is one of the agenda points is the goals and where we are in that and where we're doing it and how far we've accomplished it, what we haven't done, and where we should prioritize it. So at least the planning board's trying to work with Rodney and this board to get their goals in line with the planning board goals.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think one of my frustrations the last few years has always been that, and this is not any one person's fault, I think it's just how we've grown. Project management overall in the town is extremely fragmented. It's bits and pieces of it everywhere. And like you folks said, if you don't hunt and peck in the right place, you might not find it. When it was like, one more question away and another department might have had it. I feel like it should be, paramount for us to help set an example of some kind where every project that comes before us, out of all the different selection criteria, there's also like, what goal in the master plan does this align to, if any? And then that needs to just be, something we always keep in mind. Potentially with a new town administrator coming on during the interview process, I think I had said to them, to both the finalists, like I'm looking for someone to hold us accountable and come back and let us know if things are not progressing. And I think, they or their delegate would be a perfect person to, review these projects and what do they align with and what is missing. And like, there's some things in here that say they're done, but actually aren't done anymore. We don't have a planner anymore, right? So we need to go back and revisit these things on a periodic.
Correct, is the town gonna hire a town planner?
The process, we just approved a job description.
Okay, so I would propose to you then to have that part of the job description of the town planner. As part of the, the master plan implementation, to keep an eye on, to be the conduit, if you were, the liaison.
Yeah, and if we think back to Andrew's interview, one of the things he talked to us about was, I think it was in Middleborough's time, one of the things that he assisted with was a project review committee that would meet and go over ongoing projects, and this could be one element of that review. Say, where is it, why are we doing this, what is it aligned to?
Correct.
And get that information back to these folks, or have a representative there.
Rita, Jack, and then Jack.
Well, just in line with, in line with what you were just saying, Brian, I trust you've been in touch with Michelle McEachern, and she's looking at, whether we go with part-time planner and as part of our board, or we go and get a outside consultant to work with us. So that's kind of what we're talking about now. I don't know whether she's had further conversations with you, but that's, as far as I can see, that's as far as we've got as to what you folks want us to do, as far as go with get a part-time planner, a full-time planner, we'll go with a outside consultant people.
I think, what did we decide at our last meeting, full-time?
Full-time was full-time.
Full-time in-house was decided at the last meeting, I believe.
Rita?
Well, one of our priorities for a long time on page 2, land use strategy 2-4, which is adopting open space residential design bylaw. And the selectmen years ago, approved Serp's, technical assistance for the master plan, and they drafted a wonderful open space residential development. And this goes back,
4 years,
little bit
this says
more
4
than
years,
that.
it's more than that, but it says on this, 4 years ago.
well, you know what, and I've been updating this for a few years, so it's
Yeah, so it's-
probably more like 7 years.
7 or
And
8,
the
yeah.
planning board chair at the time said, well, we don't wanna bring it to town meeting until a developer comes forward to wanna do this. Well, no developer is gonna wait for town meeting to approve an open space development bylaw. And then the past town planner presented one to town meeting, which wasn't ours. And it didn't pass town meeting, and we were told that it would, on May 16th, 2022, it was turned down, and
Clarifying
the
question.
planning board was gonna bring
So,
it back.
do you have a copy of that plan still to share? Is
Probably
it
in
still?
my old
Yeah,
office.
I'm sure it's hiding around somewhere.
Yeah.
I was not aware that there was more than one copy of an open space.
Because originally it was cluster bylaw, which did not go over well in communities. And so, several years later, other towns had passed, Serpent had done it, and it was passed in other communities, because it's gonna cut down on our roadways that we have to maintain. You know, it's the same number of houses that you could put in you know, if you're approved for 20 houses in a residential acre and 3/4, you can do no more than 20 on a reduced.
And is it like the 1,300 square foot requirement too, or is it?
I'm not sure what it is, but it would be the same number of houses as a full residential development. And you have the open space. And that was a problem in the beginning, is who's gonna maintain the open space, you know? But they've come a long way with the homeowners association, and so for me, we keep bringing this up, when is it gonna come back to
Yeah.
town meeting?
We've also talked about, like, speaking to dovetail into, chapter 61 property. You know, at one point we had discussed sending out a letter to the chapter 61 owners and asking them, hey, you know, just who we are, and you've got chapter 61, and, you know, if there was any consideration to change the, you know, the zoning or the cell, you know, kind of let us know. And I think one of the examples is, correct me if I'm wrong, is the pig farm. Is that chapter 61? That was.
It was,
Right, at
I
some
think it-
some point,
It wasn't renewed.
it was not renewed,
Yeah.
and then it was sold, and now what? I mean, so my
And there was
question is, if it was in
no
chapter
notice.
61.
There was no notice on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my question is, you know, was this not this currently constituted board, but was the board previously questioned about that property to say, hey, it might come up for sale, what, if anything, can we do? And that's gonna directly affect the master plan, right? So if we had that under chapter 61 at some point, we're like, okay, it's fine, well, we didn't send any letters out, right? And all of a sudden it's not renewed and it's sold, well, of course, that's gonna now affect the master plan. Open space, another one's the housing production plan. I know that we just recently got, March, yeah, so we just got that in March, and that obviously has an effect too. So, those are the kind of things that, you know, I just found out by happenstance about the pig farm, you know?
So, Madam
that-
Chair, if I may, so during our budget season, we had asked the Board of Assessors to give us an annual listing of properties that aren't renewed,
Yes,
but that one had already not renewed. And we should be getting a listing now at some point.
so is it,
So
is it the person that's responsible, you just educate me, cause I'm unclear on the chapter 61, so is chapter 61 has to be the owner has to reapply
every year.
every year?
Well,
Every
not,
October, right?
not every year. If it's full agriculture, I believe it's 10 years. I just got my renewal form for my property yesterday, and I'm the annual renewal, because it's not agricultural, it's open space and recreation. So I do mine every single year.
Yeah, I think most of them for the town of Lakeville, that they are annual renewals.
So how do we mitigate that then if
Well,
it's if it's year by year, we're looking at it going, all these properties are chapter 61.
Yep.
I don't know, how many are chapter 61 in Lakeville? Anyone know? How many properties?
There's been a list
There's a
on a
list.
couple of times, but.
It's in the open space plan.
Yes, I think, yeah.
So I guess the answer is, what we've asked the assessors to do is actually, at the end of this period, when folks will reapply,
Yeah.
find out which properties didn't reapply. So if we had been given this list last year, we would have seen that.
Understand.
never
So
reapplied.
keep the math simple, say we've got 50 and you get the list and there's 40, oops, there's 10 that
Yeah.
haven't reapplied.
Yeah,
You know, that should trigger a series of events.
right.
Within the town, and look at it and see if that is, available to purchase for open space or how, whatever the mechanism is. And then the byproduct of that would be then it's gonna affect the master plan, correct?
It is,
So-
Madam Chair, through you. That's still kind of reactive, because you're waiting for it to come off the list. I did like the suggestion of sending the people
The letters.
proactively list the letters of chapter 61 owners.
And we had some dialogue about that, some pretty healthy discussion.
Yeah.
And it's sensitive, right? Who does it come for? What's the premise of the letter? Why are you asking me?
We want your stuff.
Well,
We're from the government, tell.
yeah, where did the
How could we
5
help
words
you?
you never want to
Yeah.
hear. But yeah, so, that's kind of what we're talking about.
But yeah, it's already too late by the time they're taken out of chapter.
Yeah,
Because
and-
they
and-
don't take it out of chapter without
Cool.
already a plan.
Correct, and then the 40B, which we know is by right, and I had some conversations recently with people that are upset at the developers for 40B. Don't be mad at the developers, that's by right, it's a legal thing. I would say be mad at your legislature. And usurping our sovereignty to tell us what we need to do. And I said this in an open forum to Senator Rodericks, and I'll say it to this board again, that, when I had that conversation with, who actually was with the Board of Selectmen at the time, and, Senator Rodericks, there was a comment about high-density housing, specifically about the MBTA, and that Governor Baker uses data. I said, well, Governor Baker lives in Swampscott, he doesn't live in Lakeville. And that was a comment that I made to him, and he's like, oh, well, I said, no. Would I like to live in Swampscott? Sure. Can I afford it? No. So why should we capitulate and just someone can't afford to live here to change our rules or not even our rules, the state usurping us, our sovereignty, to force us to have the housing crisis, which they created in the first place. So that's where, Milton's taking it on the chin right now. The first thing they did when they filed, the state took, I think it was $600,000.
Just took it away from them.
Just like, you're doing that, boink, and they pulled it from them. So there's a punitive mentality in the state, right, that no one wants to talk about. And I've asked this question in the past, if we say no to whatever the state is saying, how much money are we gonna lose? Right, you gotta kind of figure that out, and then you plan for it. Okay, if we're gonna lose 50 grand, 100 grand, 500 grand, whatever the dollar amount is, are we willing to stand on our principles to fight, right? And are we willing to take that hit financially, right? Or not? Because this plan is useless if this continues unabated.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
I'm willing to talk about it, because I think it's wrong. Growing up, I'm younger than everybody in the room, and growing up, I heard a very different story than what is actually true. Like we're talking about with the property values that are skyrocketing. It's swampland. They're evaluating swampland as the same as oceanfront and waterfront properties. So the actual catalyst for this meeting tonight is because I said that I wanted to convene a council of every relevant board and committee to actually formulate a plan and define what semi-rural means. Because to some people, semi-rural means you drive past a field and you like how it looks. To other people, it means you actually live a rural lifestyle. I wanted to convene that. And then I wanted to put the town on a focused development path forward. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people in town don't want industrial. Commercial is great, but commercial doesn't provide enough revenue, which we all know that everybody needs in this town. I proposed ecotourism because we have we have ecotourism. We are the only town around that has what we have. We have the second largest pond or lake or whatever in the state. And that provides a lot of drinking water to a lot of people, which means it should be protected. But it also means that we have conservation land like Betty's Neck. We have a lot of parks that have undeveloped trail systems like Clear Pond, like the Vigors property, like Ted Williams, which has a lot of potential. So the reason that we're meeting here is because this was the first step, was meeting with the Master Plan Implementation Committee. So I have a couple ideas I'd like to run by you that I was planning to implement in that presentation, and I was hoping to get your input. And I understand that you don't feel you have power or opinions or anything, but you have the data, you've talked to the people, and you have a general sense of idea of what would work in Lakeville. So with your permission, can I do that? Can I give you an idea?
Of course, you're a citizen of Lakeville, why not?
Well, I understand, but sometimes the answer is we don't have input.
No, this input, and you're aware, this is right from the citizens of Lakeville through
Yes.
the multiple workshops, through the cards that were submitted with suggestions, and yeah, so absolutely.
So with the new fire station coming in and the police station going to be right next door to it, do you think that the town would be open to something like annual first responder conferences, where we bring in conferences, and bear in mind, I haven't talked to either of the chiefs yet. This is the first step in this process, where we would bring in, groups of police or groups of fire, and they could do training. They could go around Lakeville. They could do things like triathlons or marathons that already happen in Lakeville. Is that something that you think the people of Lakeville would be okay with? You can just say yes or no, and I can develop it later.
Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds reasonable, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. We're in talks of de-enterprising the parks budget, which I'm not in favor of at this point in time because I think it would cost more money where the parks is not currently generating enough. We don't, we give the parks $18,000, which allows them to open Clear Pond every day, but without that, they're not gonna sink. However, I think by infusing them with some cash, we could get them to a place where turning it into a parks department would be beneficial to the town rather than just kind of a resort. I want to be proactive. So developing a more comprehensive park system, is that something that you think the town would be interested in?
I think we need to de-enterprise.
Okay,
park
would you explain why?
Because they're not supporting themselves. To be an enterprise, you're supposed to generate enough for all your expenses, and we haven't in a long time. We used to subsidize the parks $25,000 a year, and then the rental house burned down. Well, after the rental house burned down, we had to start subsidizing it. But they should be a town department. They shouldn't have to worry about raising enough to pay all their expenses. Just like the transfer station, landfill should no longer be. We've been subsidizing them $100,000 a year. That's not the intent of an enterprise.
But I think your question, outside of
Yeah.
de-enterprising, let's talk about the parks. Like, I think that, Lakeville has become more of a recreational type of community. People wanted to have that open space and more recreation. So with, having more, like you said, land to develop those parks so that they become more usable.
So that could be a strategy.
I think one of the things that came out with when you go through the document and whatnot is pretty much what you were saying, Lorraine, is I think you would see, I don't know how you'd go about doing it, but yeah, to make a more viable parks department, make a more viable resources to get outside and to do things. I think you clearly see that now with just the increased use with Ted Williams. From what I saw, it seemed like a very successful year at Clear Pond. So I think, and the broad answer to your question is yes, people would like to see viable. How you go about doing that, I think that's more into the weeds, but.
Right, but absolutely into the weeds, but it could be a strategy too.
Yeah.
So I think the way the document is set is there's goals, there's strategies, there's complementary actions, there's main steps, there's lead parties, other responsible parties, that there's state and federal support programs, and needed or recommended partnerships. So I would point you to that where the parks would fall under, and it could be a strategy, right? That to de-enterprise, that could be a strategy, right? And then put a date on it, 12 months, 24 months, whatever. Keep an eye on it, whoever's the responsible party for the de-enterprise. And then as that takes place, if it does take place, and then update the master plan. These are the types of things that we're talking about where we're having to hunt and peck versus if there's a centralized, party, responsible party. So again, I think this whole,
And I think it also shows too, what you had said at the beginning, that this being a living document, it
Yeah.
does change. I mean, the
Yeah.
strategies and the steps change between now and a new one.
yeah, a couple of years ago, I had mentioned, we talked about, I can't recall exactly, but the kind of the summary was about restricting development. How do we restrict development? Well, we restrict water, right? That's one way to do it, legally to do it, to restrict water. Sorry, folks, we don't have any water, you can't build, the industrial or the, these large developers. So that was a strategy that was mentioned. I don't think I made it to the document, but that was just a strategy that is something as a town we could do. Because right now we're at what, 12,000, right? It's like 3,500 when I was a kid.
It's definitely over 11,000.
So 11, 12,000, right? It's not the Lakeville I grew up in. I don't recognize this place. It's like Brockton South. It's not good.
I don't think,
All right, Taunton South, Taunton South. We're kind of close to Taunton. But no, I'm just joking.
I want to say that.
No,
I
I'm
take
just-
great
no,
offense to that as a resident of town.
You're welcome.
I'm sitting over here.
Well, no, it's a
closer to
city, right? The
Jackson.
city, it's not derogatory, it's a city, right?
Appropriate comment.
It's a city and we're a town. And are we a city or a town? And then we start talking about how it changes, right? There was a point where we knew everybody and everything was taken care of. You could get things done in the town that was a little bit smaller. Now the services are expanded, the citizens of, the census has expanded, and that's ultimately gonna change us. So how do we balance being a town, being the semi-rural, right? There's the dictionary definition, right? And then there's the subjective. So,
I
Jack, do
do.
you have something?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, to go back to Rodney's comment about the water restrictions, as you may already remember, we restricted the amount of water that the marijuana facilities over there he wanted to have X amount of the gallons more and Margaret said to him, you got all the water you're gonna get, so make do with what you got. So that was one of the issues. But more importantly, when I came into on planning board 4 years ago, the mantra was always maintain the rural beauty of Lakeville. Some of the ladies kept talking about it, which is fine. But, I think it's a tough balance, as you all know, about no industry and how you're gonna pay for all this, because as we bring in more families and more children, is gonna impact, I don't need to tell you folks that, the whole infrastructure of the town. And as I sat through the different meetings on the Lakeville Hospital, time after time after time, people would come in and all the abutters, rightfully so, they have their chance. That's their right to do that. They didn't, not near me, we don't want that, we don't want the lights, we don't want the trucks, we don't want the this, we don't want that. Same as down here at Twin Boys, at the old A-frame. The people next door didn't, well, if I could do it, what are you gonna do there? It's more industry, what is it gonna be? So I think it's a challenge. I don't need to tell you about the challenge of, we put together a very good exterior signage and exterior construction guidelines, which are now, should be in effect, so you will see that like at the real estate office up here, and in the restricted living age people at the condos next to CVS. I think that's the direction we wanna stay in as far as the exterior look, but as far as the number of people that are gonna come here, I mean, is it, if I'm not wrong, 320 units gonna be over here at the Lakeville Hospital?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. And I mean, that's a lot. And I don't know if that's,
Right.
how many children
I
are,
wasn't-
how many that, if that's, if it's, I don't know how many are just for 10 families. Same same with Rocky Wood, was it Rocky Woods?
Rocky Woods.
I mean, and we've met several times, and the abutters there are concerned there too, that they don't want, you know, Muhammad originally wanted to put an Amazon distribution center down there. And, you know, and I know Muhammad very well, I live in Pine Hills, I mean, over here, you know, in LeBaron, on Country Club, so, I mean, I'm fully aware of that. So anyways, those are just some of my thoughts, and some of the things that have come to us, and, you know, I think we all have a very difficult challenge here is that the direction we wanna go? If we wanna maintain the rural beauty of Lakeville, which is nice, how do we do it?
Well, that's
That's key.
Yeah, I think Mr. Day had a question or statement.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks. So the master plan's vision, the 2030 plan released in 2020, says balance future growth with maintaining Lakeville's semi-rural character, animal habitat areas, and natural beauty. The term semi-rural is in the document 10 times.
Yes,
Is never defined.
correct.
So if you ask somebody who grew up here and has been here 50 years what semi-rural means, and then you ask somebody that maybe just moved from, say, Stoughton on a quarter acre that now has an acre and a half, you're gonna get two drastically different answers.
That's why I said earlier in my
Right.
comment, there's the definition, the actual, definition, and then there's a subjective definition. So if, happy to put in the document to define it by what the dictionary says,
I don't think that's correct.
right? Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's like pornography, right? It's hard to describe, but you know it when you see it.
I'll take your word for it.
But what I'm saying, but that's the old saying, that's an old saying, but you know it when you see it. And that's why,
But again,
rural, semi-rural, there's a distinction, but I think the takeaway is, if you want us to, if you're asking us as a board to define it, we're happy to define it, but I would caution that if we define it according to the, the actual definition, again, we can say it, and then we have a reference point, but is it going to be the subjective?
well, I think that's the problem, Chairman Dixon, is that I bring it up because there is no definition, which then leaves it to everybody's self-interpretation.
Correct.
My idea is gonna be different than Maureen's idea, which is gonna be different than Rita's idea
Yes.
and your idea. So there's really, anybody could take, I'm not trashing this by any means, I love this document, but anybody can take this document and say, this doesn't align to my vision, and then go to their neighbor, and this doesn't align to their vision. So I think that's hard, is how do we get people on a path of like, all right, does semi-rural just mean we keep all commercial industrial in one part of town? Or does it mean this or that?
well, that's why we're.
Go ahead,
I've
Rita.
looked up the definition many times, and I grew up in Lakeville when it was rural. We had Mellow Store on Main Street, and a little gas station, that was it.
I would say it still is now,
But semi-rural,
compared
we
to
want
others.
amenities,
Mhm.
that, we're not rural anymore. But semi-rural means that you wanna be in the country, but you wanna have amenities too. Not like the city, but you want a grocery store,
I would
Yeah.
also add too, that the definition could change from when this document was produced to now as well. And I think that's where the boards, your board itself, has changed over the years as well too, since this document has been done. Planning board has certainly changed, and I think that it keeps it as a moving target, and it is up to the boards and the committees of the town to have, that's why you're elected, others are appointed, to keep that pulse on, all right, what is the definition today in October of 2024 for semi-rural versus from 7 years ago when this started
Yeah.
out? And it could change when we have to start
Maybe
redoing
we
this.
just have a blurb
Yeah.
Right, so-
in the side that says
Well,
what
no,
semi-rural is,
We
what it
we're
means.
happy to do it, and I think you hit Mr. Day, it's a theme. So how we got to the theme was through the comments, that comments were scrutinized from Served and that, they looked at all the comments. And they took them and they said, what's the theme? So the definition, I'm confident, in someone's opinion, change each person you ask, but the theme was the semi-rural, and that's like,
Yeah.
as defined by various people, so, go ahead, sorry.
This is the English teacher, Gene, speaking now.
With apologies,
Okay.
with apologies.
I've never liked that semi-rural. There already is a great word for what we are. Exurb. That word came out 35, 40 years ago as the suburbs got filled up. What's the next? There was the buffer zone, the exurbs. They're out over the suburbs, but they're not really in farm country.
English teachers.
And I'm not sure where the semi
It's using those old
rural
timey
came from.
terms.
I'm going with exurb, and I think if you look.
EXURB?
EXURB. EXURB. That word's been around for at least 40 years.
So then maybe we can take a look at that. We can change the verbiage, include the definition and.
A lesson
So,
when they look
again,
it up.
I don't want this to be something where it's just one, it's put on one committee or it's put on one board. I want this to be defined at the summit of the boards and committees. Yes.
But I think, Brianna, to your comment, to your point, the planning board, and not taking credit for the planning board, but I'm just simply saying, all of our exterior designage, all of our signage is now the look of, like you see up at the real estate place.
EXURB.
Or the condos over here next to CVS, the more look, that rural look.
Yes.
And then we're gonna require that they do that. Like at Harding Street, he wanted to put up some kind of a aluminum siding. And I says, show me on this page where it says that you're maintaining a rural look, and there's nothing to go. Same with these condos here at CVS, they didn't have any elevators. And I'm saying, how is someone 65, 75, 79 gonna get to the
80.
third floor?
So, yeah, that would be the purpose
I
of
mean,
it.
I think, so I think we're trying to define and make the look what we wanna define as the rural look of it, in going forth as to what Lakeville's gonna be. I think that's a major thing. And how is it financially feasible to do that?
So coming back to
That's
that
what you
pig-
folks have,
pig
we hire you
farm.
folks for.
Would the pig farm be a decent place for a second industrial park?
Probably not.
Back when, if I may.
Absolutely.
Back when the selectmen at the time zoned it industrial, knowing that industry wouldn't go there, because the school campus is right there.
Right there.
And we did it to restrict residential development.
Right, so now we,
But on these,
it's sold and
Right,
it's
that-
zoned industrial.
Yeah, there's no highway access, there's no utilities,
Right.
it was a parliamentary trick to zone it industrial at best.
Right, but now we're gonna pay for that.
Well, it's the
So-
same as restricting water or any other of those things.
Well, that's what, yeah, that's what,
It
yeah.
was designed to.
It was designed with a purpose in mind, and so, to that end. So in the interest of time, it's 8:10. I'd ask that if we can,
I just have two
Move
last
forward.
comments, Rodney.
yeah, go ahead.
It took over 2 years to put the master plan together.
Yeah.
And it's in 2030, so the selectmen should probably include in their capital plan for 2027. It cost us $65,000 to write the current master plan, so however much we think, 100,000 just to plan ahead, for when we go out to bid. And just the last item, the very first one.
Hold on, Rita, Bob, can you just make a note on that? I think that would be really good to bring back for the capital, expenditures committee, when talking about, going out for the next, 3 to 5 years, to put in
2027.
2027, roughly about, we'll say
So we're
between
already-
75 to
We're already done the
100,000
25, right? Yeah.
for the master plan development, I think would be, thank you for that, Rita.
And then the very first, land use strategy, 2.1.1, we talk about, focus on our redevelopment opportunities at the Lakeville Hospital. And now I know that, he has submitted, the developer has submitted a 40B application. I was hoping that we were gonna try to rezone that for 40R.
That's what
Because
planning
It's in the
board's trying to do.
process, I think it's, on town
We are,
meeting.
Yeah.
okay,
For 40R.
Yeah, because
oh, good.
the phase one that's evidently ready to go forward, as you well know, is the age-restricted and memory facility next to it. And then evidently, according to the developer, if that's successful, then they go to phase 2, phase 3.
Right, but
But right now, the planning board is looking to change 40B to 40R.
Okay.
Right, right, and I think that that's what you're, to get to town meeting for the fall, I believe
Right.
that's on one of the warrant articles.
That's right.
This 40S reimbursement has
And that was,
really enhanced.
that was a flavor of this board, as well as the planning board and zoning, I believe,
Would
to
you-
pursue that.
Would you be able to find the original ORSD that you spoke about?
I don't have mine. Does anybody have Rita Garbutt at the town hall on their computer?
I might,
I know,
I'll check.
Maureen did.
It's always the
I
gatekeeper.
don't
It
have
could be
access to
one of
that
the,
anymore.
No,
the
but
town
when you were
clerk.
town administrator, you had
Yeah.
access to my.
Yeah, yeah, it's
and I
on,
think
I
Ari
forgot
did
what
too.
drive it is, but it's
It's
the,
probably on one of the
yeah,
drives.
it wasn't the
Okay.
open to all drive, it was the
I
open
could
to
look in
some
the
drive.
files too,
It could be there,
I
Was
just.
it
I
S
can help you
drive?
find it too.
The F
So-
drive?
I know it's getting late and I apologize.
No, it's,
I just, it seems like Lakeville's kind of had like a bag of marbles and you don't know what you're gonna pull out and then you just play with what you get. I'd like to focus it. I'd like to get, like you said, a theme and then go with it. Get every board on board, and actually move that forward. Because it's great to have this, but if we're just kind of talking about it and not actually focusing and being proactive and looking ahead and not doing things like zoning 500 acres as industrial so that you can't build houses, then we can actually be productive and you know, get Lakeville where it wants to go. Because like we talked about in the town administrator meeting when we were talking to Mark Craig, Lakeville has kind of that circle where it has, you know, industrial and commercial on the outside, and then when you get to the inside, that's where the goodness is. So that's kind of the focus where I'd like to go. I don't know about anybody else, but that was kind of the purpose of this meeting, so that we can get that going, and then get that big meeting.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
through you very briefly, I forgot who said it now, it's been such a conversation, but I do think the right person to lead that is whoever takes the planning role. I think that is a fantastic, you know, someone that is not just, you know, the committee to keep it together, but the person that's in charge of keeping track of, you know, what happens and have that under the rule. So just wanted to get that on the suggestion list.
JC,
I think that whoever this new person turns out to be, I think this document is the first thing he should look at. It wraps up, puts, everything is in there, all the responsible parties, the main people, what we wanna do, what we already have done. That's a primer for him right there, or a primer if you're British.
yeah, and I think that with the, again, with the themes and the vision, I think that's, again, that's exactly what we're trying to articulate. Thank you for being very efficient with that answer.
And with the Board of Selectmen for several years, met with Mr. Franciscan, the owner of the pig farm, trying to come to some kind of an agreement to purchase it. But we never made it.
I have to watch the open space meeting, but I think that they were talking about that last night, if I'm not mistaken, about how to outreach, for chapter land.
Yeah, it's been a
Good.
conversation for a couple of years now, it hasn't really.
But anyways, I think this was good. It was good to see you anyways, in person and not just on the camera, so, but yeah. this
Madam
was-
Chair, what was requested was just sent to, you, Rita, Maureen, from the building commissioner. He had it in his files.
Neat.
Nate, I should know.
So you have it to go and see it.
Can you forward that to me,
Of
please?
course.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right,
I'll forward it to the reporter.
So
yes, please.
if I may, real quickly, looking at the planner description that we talked about the last meeting, it does include reviewing the master plan and such, so it's at least mentioned in there.
Thank you. I thought it was,
We'll
and I
talk
just,
about
but I didn't
all
wanna
the
speak.
stuff.
Yeah,
Instead
Speak
of
to
just
it if I
reviewing
was-
it, it's their action plan.
yeah. I
Excellent,
was gonna see if it's called out elsewhere.
I'm forwarding that email to the board.
thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right,
Thank you for your time. We know you're all busy and your time is valuable, so thank you all for taking your time out to meet with this committee, so.
And I, for one, am disappointed there were not cake and cookies for the birthday people.
Oh, oh, wait.
So I need,
All right, I'm moving to adjourn the master plan committee.
second, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Joe. Happy 80th.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Tracy.
80. I might not live too much longer after reading this one.
No, there's a lot of preservatives in there,
That's a
Joe,
little
you'd be
one.
fine.
That's a little one.
Ooh, that's a little one. Ooh, look at this.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, I think I just got your,
Sorry to keep you guys, I usually tap out at 26. With apologies.
Hope I didn't talk to you.
no. Jack, what a pleasure. Okay. I think Leah probably just stepped out for a moment. Sure, Jack.
Thanks for sending that.
Okay, I think Leah just stepped out for a moment. So why don't we jump down to 14? Eric, I know you've been patiently waiting, so we'll jump down to that for now.
Make her define semi-rural first.
Hmm?
Make her define semi-rural first.
Yeah.
Excerpt. I've definitely never heard that one before.
Oh, I like it.
Okay, in front of us this evening on agenda item number 14, discuss some possible vote to award the town's, $2,800,000 bond anticipation note, to the bidder. And this is why we have, you're here to help us, work through this. So if you can kind of bring us up to speed as to like why this would be in front of us.
Sure, so, the ban that was, done last year is expiring October 15th of 2024. So, now with Route 79 and the Windows project, just spending more money, we need to borrow again, so this is that borrowing.
So that other bond is expiring, so this is not, any money that was done, that bond's paid, would be paid in,
Yes,
And
and
so
then
this
this
is-
is
yep,
like extra
okay.
money that we've spent.
all right, so we're looking to, go out for the $2,800,000. Yes, Maureen?
I had a couple questions. What was our interest rate for the last?
5%.
Perfect.
All right, and this one is down to, is it 4?
4.
So this is 4%.
I was hoping that we would come on the downturn.
We actually, the timing was beautiful, just because the feds the week before, I believe, lowered it a half
Okay.
a basis point, so
Every basis point counts.
it does.
All right. Anybody have any questions?
Would it be okay if somebody just explains what bands are, since
Sure.
we don't do these a lot, and the public might say, why are we borrowing more money?
And what does a band what does band stand for? BAN?
I honestly don't know what the acronym is. No, I'm sorry, bond anticipation note.
There you go.
I had a brain fart for a second. I'm gonna call it that. Call a spade a spade. So there's different types of borrowings. This is done through the state. Whereas other ones you can go, there's different, there's bands, there's, sands, I believe, there's different ones. I've myself only dealt with bands.
All right, and this note would be for how long?
This note is for a year. It expires October.
So if it was October 15th, it's, for the other one, does that mean that this would be in line?
It is, it's just
To
like how
pick
the
up-
days fall.
Okay.
The due date is 10/10/25.
Okay. And then this whole process would start again?
Yeah, well, depending if we spend more money.
Okay.
Yes.
And if not, we'd probably extend whatever's remaining?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Oh, well, that's good.
I anticipate a little bit more for Route 79, just based on the little that I know about that project, and possibly the windows, but I do expect a little bit more for the Route 79. That seems like a ongoing project.
Question.
Yes.
For Route 79, is this ban for the land taking as well?
Some of it would be.
So that's around, we had estimated around 3.2 million for the land taking, but that was back in 2019. So
Yeah.
there might be
Yeah,
issues with
some
that.
change.
But yeah, there's still additional, to be spent on that.
Because I believe the town approved a $2 million,
Yeah, 2.3 million for Route 79. And, at the time, the state was picking up 13 million, where I would probably estimate their portion is gonna be about 20 million, actually now with the big changes, but that was back in 2019. So prices have skyrocketed since 2019.
so, this is a big motion, if I remember correctly. So this whole thing needs to be read into, the record.
It actually does not.
No, that's not what it
That
says.
is for the minutes.
Madam Chair, the motion is on your cover page, on the last paragraph, that's the
Right, I
motion.
see that, but it really doesn't say very much.
On the back of the,
Right.
Yep, I saw that too.
So what I'm
It's-
gonna do is I will incorporate that into the minutes, I have it in a Word document, so I will add that in as the motion that bond council prepared.
Right, it's stock language apparently, but it just
Yes.
doesn't say much. It's on our cover sheet as well, so. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the vote prepared by bond council in connection with the sale of the, town's October 2024 bond anticipation notes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion in a second, any discussion?
Thank you, Erica.
Hearing none, roll please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye?
Carboni, aye.
and Vito, I.
Day aye.
Thank you very much.
Do we need to sign that?
And we need to come in and sign
Yeah.
eventually.
I have, no,
It's here.
in the document, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry we made you wait so long.
Have a great night.
Thank you, Arthur. Okay, back up to number 8, please. So at our last meeting, we did have a motion that we had done on the floor. This is just to ratify the motion. So I'll entertain, a motion to ratify the vote taken at the September 24th, 2024 Select Board meeting to allow Member Candido, to begin contract negotiations with Andrew Suckforth.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll?
She did a great job.
Fabi and I.
Donahue, aye?
Carboni, aye?
And Vito, I.
Day aye.
Okay. Agenda item number 9, we're here to discuss and possible vote to approve the contract, for Andrew. I'm gonna say his name until it's Suckforth as town administrator. So.
Is that what we have?
It's what we,
Yeah, talked about before.
yes.
So you have to make the motion, right? Because we were adjusting those things?
I don't, doesn't matter who makes the motion, right?
Anybody can make the motion.
Oh, okay.
She's got them written down though.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So, well, that's one of the questions that I had because, you know, there wasn't anything, so we're just basically gonna say, we've amended what we received from town council. Is that the way we wanna handle that?
I think that's appropriate, just the amendment, on the, can't think of the term.
So,
Do we wanna use any of the language from the contract, or do we just wanna ratify the vote?
I think we just need to ratify the vote, because I think that at this point, having this discussion in front of us, we have successfully negotiated a contract that, both parties have, agreed to.
Tentatively agreed to, yep.
Yep,
Yep.
and, we both agreed on the language, that will be drafted.
And then we'll have that drafted tomorrow. But I think we just ratify the vote and say, start the vote off with, ratifying
what
You
we
have to
can.
take a vote to approve the contract.
Yep, right.
Yeah.
I make a motion to approve the contract for Andrew Sukforth as town administrator.
Second.
A motion and a second, discussion,
Should we include with amendments as discussed in executive session, or?
yes, yes.
Thank you, Brian.
And, we'd probably have to put a date,
A start date
a start date and an end date, yes.
of October 28th, 2024,
Mhm.
and an end date of June 30th, 2027.
Shouldn't it be three, it should be
Should be
3 years.
3
Most
years. 3 years,
common
right.
sense.
2028.
What year is it now? 4.
I know.
5, 6,
Six,
7.
Yeah,
So
7.
June
June
30th,
30th,
2027.
2027.
No, October 20, it should be a 3-year
October,
contract.
it's a 3-year
It's
It's a
contract.
three- It should be a 3-year
It
contract.
doesn't go according to
So-
the fiscal.
Right.
So it's a motion to approve Andrew Sukforth as town administrator, subject to the contract edits as discussed in executive session from October 28th, 2024 to October 28th, 2027.
got it.
27,
I know. 27's a long time away, it seems.
Okay,
It's not.
so we had a motion and a second, discussion was already taken place, roll please.
Phoebe and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye?
Day, aye. Welcome, Andrew.
Welcome, Andrew. Excellent. And now, the agenda item in front of us this evening, because of when the potential start of our new town administrator and when, our last discussion of when our interim town administrator, contract would be expiring, there was a gap. So, in front of you tonight is to, possibly extend the contract for the interim town administrator from the October 15th date of expiration, through October 24th, I believe. And
So-
Andrew would be starting on the 28th.
So we'll be 4 days for that.
1, half a
One.
day.
So weekend.
25th is
Weekend.
Friday. Plus weekend, sure.
Okay. I make a motion to vote to approve the extension of contract with interim town administrator from current end date of October 15th, 2024 to October 24th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second, discussion?
Thank you for doing that, Bob.
Thank you,
My
sir.
pleasure.
Okay, we have that, I know that changed there. Roll please.
Phoebe and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Day, aye.
Thank you, Bob, very much, I appreciate that.
I also-
Now enjoy the rest of your long evening.
Yes.
I do also just want to take a moment to thank both, Andrew and Mr. Nunes, because they've worked out a transition plan where they'll be meeting, getting up to speed, so I think that'll be critical to him hitting the ground running and having a successful start.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Can we say that again?
So my understanding is that Andrew's gonna take time out to meet with Mr. Nunes like weekly or so? the next
Yes, I
couple
did
weeks?
send an email to the board,
Okay.
last week.
I must have missed that email. So
It's, the
sounds
board
foreign
was,
to me. Okay.
Lots of.
so he'll be coming in, one day for the next 3 weeks from 9 to 2. He'll be in tomorrow, the following Tuesday, and the Tuesday after that.
And that includes a department head meeting? I
Yeah,
think, too?
department head meeting tomorrow.
Nice.
And, I had asked if I could attend just to, introduce Andrew to the department heads, tomorrow, and, I know that the board's very excited about, a welcome, and once we have a start, then we should, talk about a more formal.
Yeah, I only have one small ask to the board, and I'll do my best as well, is to just let him figure out his office and how he runs it, and not all of us try to jump in and say, here's how you do it. Because it'll be very tempting.
Let us help you.
Okay. All right, on to this next big item. We have a special town meeting coming up on November, 12th. So attached are the special town meeting articles. I believe this is, yes, so a copy was handed out.
The yellow copy's the right one?
Yes. I can go
Madam
through
Chair?
it.
Okay, with the yellow in it, right?
The
Yes.
language on the articles
is not what's in the warrant. So when you vote the articles, because you're gonna vote to accept articles, I would just make the motion for articles 1 through to be placed on the special town meeting warrant.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
Well, they have the warrant in front of them, and the
No,
articles
they
are on the
have
warrant.
both. They have a set of articles. They have the articles that they have to approve to be placed on the warrant.
Well, the articles are on the warrant, so they can,
And
because
then
that's
there's
changed.
2 separate votes. Okay, these articles were prepared last week. The language in the warrant is correct. It was modified today. So you don't have to read the articles, just articles 1 through whatever.
No, but I'm gonna just summarize each article.
Yes, I appreciate that, thank you. Okay, I
Yeah.
get it, okay. Okay,
Okay.
So-
hold on, sorry. There's a new copy somewhere?
It's on your,
Yes.
you should
The
have it.
yellow, the one,
It has the yellow highlights.
You should have had it passed out to you.
If you look at the pages, there's yellow highlights.
You need mine.
If we have questions on an article, should we speak after you summarize it or at the very end?
It was-
However you wanna do it.
Yeah, it's an article.
I did email that to the board this afternoon. Do you have it, Leah?
Mine was behind my original.
Mine
one.
doesn't have the yellow on it, Leah.
Yeah,
Because this-
okay.
Weren't they all here when we got here? Cause I had the yellow one.
I gave them the blue copies.
Okay, I must have it, I'll just
You look at that one.
look.
No. It was passed out extra. It was in that stack of paper. It said it's on the table. Unless it was RP and
Yeah.
the fire station was in that stack.
So,
Oh, hold on.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry, okay.
Okay, so let's work off the document that I provided this afternoon and you have before you. The reason why there are some changes is because I left the office Wednesday afternoon. I returned today. And since that time, there have just been a few changes. So that's the reason for the yellow highlights. Article 1 is to supplement the fiscal year 25 budget in the amount of $53,431. The increases are for the Veterans Department, fixed cost, which is risk management, human resources, salaries, and a decrease in the Old Colony Voc Tech High School assessment.
I have a question on that one.
Yes.
Never mind, I answered my own question, I apologize. Continue.
Okay. Article 2 is to transfer the sum of $3,940 from free cash to pay unpaid bills. $3,200 in the assessors department, $740 in the fire department, and $337.75 for the park department. Sorry, when you add the $3,940 and the $337.75 from park retained earnings, it totals $4,277.75. Article 3 is to transfer the unused balance of $148,933.96 from Article 5 of the June 30th, 2020 annual town meeting, constructing and equipment a new highway department building for repairs, replacement, and refurbishing of the existing DPW facility. And that is sponsored by the Department of Public Works, which was partially included in the original warrant. Article 4 is to appropriate $21,409,960 to pay costs of design and constructing equipment and furnishing a new fire station, and we will borrow and ask for a debt exclusion. Article 5 is to vote to revoke the provisions of Chapter 44, Section 53F.5 of the Massachusetts General Laws, ceasing the Park Department as an enterprise fund. Article 6 is to revoke the provisions of Chapter 44, Section 53F.1/2 of the Massachusetts General Laws, ceasing the landfill transfer station and recycling area. Article 7 is to vote and to accept the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, CL 221, to adopt the HERO Act, which would increase the real estate property tax exemptions for qualifying military service members. Article 8 is to accept the provisions of General Law 59, Section 5, CL 22J, to adopt the HERO Act to allow the assessors to grant an additional real estate property tax exemption for qualifying military service members and veterans. I still don't have the percentage. I'll be reaching out to the assessor's office on that. I originally had it as one article, and town council came back and suggested that it be put into 2 articles, so that is the reason for that.
Question?
Yes,
Why aren't those being, sponsored by the Board of Assessors?
if that's what you want, it can be, it did not come from the Board of Assessors, it came from Member Candido.
On the HERO Act?
Yes.
I thought the assessors were gonna bring it forward.
I
No, it's-
brought it forward because it was on the DLS bulletin that I had read about, and I had brought it forward. I have no issue with it being an assessor item.
I thought I watched an assessors meeting where,
Same.
Dave Golden had brought it forward to the Board of Assessors. I'm just curious how it got there, that's all.
Yeah, no, it's just me reading my DLS bulletin.
Because even the Human Resource Director had brought it forward too, and I think she was told that the assessors were gonna. I'm actually disappointed that the assessors didn't bring it forward, so.
I don't know, I don't know if they acted based on, this article. I know, Member Candido and I have had several communications with the Board of Assessors, the chairman. I don't know if they've officially taken a vote on these 2 articles. They may have discussed it, but I don't know if they've taken an official.
I just took a big
Vote.
quick because it was coming up.
I could ask the chairman tomorrow. I can reach out and see if they've,
Yeah, I mean, I think I always remember anything to do with
Makes sense, yeah.
exemptions coming from the Board of Assessors. So I'm just concerned because,
Also, Leah, maybe the veterans agent also was impactful for the veterans.
yeah, but I'm just questioning,
If there was no vote or,
yeah.
maybe they just weren't,
Because, right,
didn't get it quick enough.
yeah, well, they should have, because I know it was in the DLS alert when all the rest of us saw it, going back a month and a half at least.
yeah, definitely, because
So-
Maureen had reached out probably a month and a half ago, yeah.
Yep. So I'm, just concerned that that should be something that the assessors should speak for towards on the floor, because they're the ones that now will handle
Yep,
the exemptions, so.
But yeah, they would just have to vote it at the
yes,
next
a
meeting.
formal vote. Very good. Okay.
Article 9.
Article 9, to see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of General Law, Chapter 41, Section 108P, to authorize the town to pay additional compensation to the town treasurer collector of $1,000 annually upon completion of the necessary courses of study and training and attainment of a certificate by the Massachusetts Collectors and Treasurers Association. Article 10 is to vote to accept the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 54B, to allow trust funds held in the custody of the town to be invested under the standards of the Massachusetts Prudent Investor Act of Chapter 203C of Mass General Law. Article 11 is to vote to transfer the care, custody, and control of the parcels of land identified below in the article for the purpose of sale at a public auction to the Select Board, and working with town council, which was added, I believe we received the email the end of last week, which would add including without limitation for the purpose of granting permanent restrictions thereon, and to authorize the Select Board to convey and/or restrict. This is in relative to national heritage mitigation for the new fire station if we need to do, if we were to do that, which we most likely will, but this will give the town the ability to do that. Would you concur with that?
Yes, I would
Chairman
agree.
Carboni, because you've been involved in those discussions.
Question.
Yes.
Does permanent restrictions mean permanent restrictions, or can another select board come back later and adjust it with a vote?
Can you repeat that again?
Is it like a permanent restriction, or can it be changed later on with a majority vote from the
I
control?
believe this is a permanent restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Are they read,
What's that?
they're recorded with the registry of
Yes,
deeds? aren't they?
absolutely.
So anybody,
Yep.
it's attached to the parcel.
Definitely. Article 12 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to convey the property located on Cherry Street. As we all know, we've had that discussion, and that is town-owned property. Article 13 is for the town to vote and accept the layout of Gillian Drive as a public way. Article 14 is to see if the town will vote to repeal Section 48 of the Town Council's general bylaws, article seeking special legislation. Article 15 is to see if the town will vote to amend the town zoning map as identified in Section 273.2.A of the Town Code zoning bylaw by changing the zoning from business and/or residential to industrial for properties located at 15, 17, and 21 Harding Street. Article 16 is to see if the town will vote to amend Town Code zoning bylaws 270.2.1, term defined at section 270-6.7, site plan review, and 270-7.4 special permits regarding accessory dwelling units, ADUs.
Question on this one?
Yes.
Bullet point 3, it says, is subject to additional restrictions as may be imposed by a municipality, including but not limited to additional size restrictions. If size restrictions are in the February law that's passed down by the state, can the town restrict size further? If they have a by right for size, how can we restrict size further?
Don't know. I don't want to guess at that answer to that question.
I think we should consult council,
Sure.
because if we pass this at a town meeting and then in February it's shut down, it's kind of,
Wasn't this the boilerplate provided either by council or
This was provided
the-
probably initially by the planning board, but KP Law did review it and submitted.
Okay.
oh, okay.
It looks super.
Or maybe
clear
even
as I'm
KP Law
talking about.
drafted it.
I
I'm
feel
sure
like
that.
they did, but,
What did you say, Brian? It looks,
when, Attorney Questle was here and we had this discussion, I think she mentioned this specific text, like, you need to get this on your books for definition, and then before February, you have to at least have a public notice out if there's gonna be any other restrictions put in place, but I agree, I don't quite understand 3, but happy to
Yeah.
learn more.
Is it something to do with because of the half the gross size of the existing dwelling, or what the septics will allow?
Well, I mean, what was the max, 900 square feet? I mean, Maybe
900,
they're giving, maybe that it enables the town to say no less than 900 feet, like they only want 900-foot ones, or no less than 500, because you're right, if it's half the square footage of a home, you don't, I guess, want a 75 square foot ADU. Something
that's-
tiny.
yeah, so if it's a 1,400 square foot home, then I think
You can only do
the
seven.
law
You can only do
would
700.
700,
Yeah,
So I don't know.
unless.
but if you have a septic that's for 3 bedrooms and you have 3 bedrooms in your house already, you don't have a septic
That's
for your
right.
ADU.
Right.
But isn't
And,
that the point of the special
That's
permit?
under Board of Health, though.
yeah, the zoning board
That's-
and Board of Health. But I also think I also thought that she said that there are going to be certain parameters we're gonna need to agree on, I guess.
Like special permits for a second one, and there's a couple others I can't remember right
Right.
now.
And so all those, hopefully we'll get better clarification. We're hoping, and I think council's is hopeful that it's gonna be very clear
Yeah.
when it comes out in February.
Because it wasn't.
Right.
Right, and
Right.
that's just why number 3 gave me pause,
Yeah.
because it seems like a bit of an overreach, and it seems a bit reactive when we don't even know what the law says.
Right,
Yeah.
as long as it doesn't, go, I don't know if it pertains to that, but as we said about the septic and other, title
Yeah, because
type
at the very end, Brenna,
situations.
it says, no municipality shall unreasonably restrict the creation or rental of an accessory dwelling unit that is not for a short-term rental.
So it does keep that protection in too, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we just ask council to be prepared to explain 1, 2, 3,
Yep,
because they'll
yes.
be there anyways.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Because I'm curious, maybe that gives us the ability to say, we don't want ADUs less than X size.
Could be.
Can't be more than 900, but no less than
Could be
some number.
sheds.
And then they added the special permit, granting authority, that it would be the, zoning board of appeals.
Article 16 is to see if the town will vote to amend town code zoning bylaws 270-2.1, terms defined by amending the definition of frontage. And Article 18 is to see if the town will vote to amend town code zoning bylaws 270-2.1, terms defined at 276.3, accessory uses 277.4, special permits. That is it. And getting on that percentage, I would think the zoning, the Board of Assessors should take a vote on what that percentage should be.
And I know, if I can, on Article 4, with regards to the debt exclusion question for, the Fire Station Building Committee, I did hand out, a document that I was gonna bring up under the Fire Station Building Committee, update. We haven't even discussed it as a subcommittee. I wanted to make sure that that information, you know, as I had it, would come in front of the board. So this is kind of where we are. You know, from the engineer that reviewed all the construction, you know, specs, and so it's actually come down a little bit because of, some input that the chief has, and maybe even tomorrow, you know, Wednesday night, we're meeting, there could be some additional discussion, so that number might come down again even further, so, but this was based on everything that, the engineer had put together and, presented, so I just wanted to make sure that you had it, to help support, the number that was put in here, so.
Thank you.
Okay,
So we have to vote to approve it.
we have to vote, there's 2 votes this evening. The first one is to vote, accept the articles for the special town meeting for November 12th, so, I guess I'll entertain a motion, to accept how many of them are there?
18.
18 articles, as presented, for the special town meeting to be held on November 12th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, in discussion. Hearing none, roll please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye?
Carboni, aye.
Candido.
Day aye.
Okay, and the next one, that we have to sign the special town meeting warrant. So that's basically what we have in front of us too. So I'll entertain a motion, to,
Madam Chair?
yes,
So I will need to make a few edits, so I would not suggest that you sign this evening.
okay.
So I don't know if you wanna make a motion subject to the edits, so we don't have to wait till the next meeting. That's up to the
Can
board.
we do that?
Tracy, they'll still have time though, right? Because as far as we do the 14 days, if they've taken official vote on the 21st, you'll have to advertise 14 days.
Yeah, it'll be close. What I'll do is I'll try to put the ad in, once we get the final warrant, I'll put the ad in right away.
And that'll
but if-
still give us the 14 days.
Well, if they
right?
vote on the 21st, it comes out officially the 24th, so 14 days will be November 7th. So we won't have room for a mistake.
Cause warrant review, cause we were talking about when we were gonna schedule that, but
Correct.
we can sign the warrant, the last page, right?
But this is what we'll distribute at town meeting, right? This is what we've done in the past.
Generally. What's gonna change at this point, that percentage?
The only thing that's gonna change is maybe the percentage, and then if
Who would
I'll
sponsor.
change who sponsored
Who
those 2
sponsored,
articles.
right.
So I think you could vote tonight, subject to the edits suggested.
Adding the edits and percentage change and sponsor of article.
Okay.
And if anything, maybe the fire station come in a little lower, then I would change the amount.
It wouldn't be higher.
Yeah.
Part of my ignorance, but is there a percentage number that Feral Act, like, is there a ceiling? Like 2%, 3%, 20%? I'm gonna say
And
no
this
higher
is
than
why
that.
the
Good question.
assessor should be here to explain it to us.
They do have it on their agenda for Thursday, it looks
Oh, they
like.
do?
It doesn't mention the percentage, but it says, bring the town meeting the Hero Act for veteran statutory exemptions.
Okay.
Okay.
We probably should send them a note
Yes.
saying, you want a number?
I'll talk to the chairman tomorrow.
So how do we wanna?
Lauren, can you send me that bulletin? I'm sure I have it, but
Okay,
Because I
so,
would wanna make sure that we sign the warrant based, and I guess this is just for protection of the board, because we ran into this recently. When when it's subject to change or an update or an amendment, I actually like to see the change before it's,
Well, can we do a remote meeting? I mean, if we think we're gonna have the changes this week, are we all around for a quick 15-minute remote?
Okay.
Let's, if I may, Trace, let's do the, if we can. So Nemaska Week is a weekly.
Right, the official publication date is
That's,
Thursday.
that's another question. Do you want it in Nemaska Week? I know we
we've
had that
already
issue.
voted that that's our.
That's gonna be the
Yes.
policy,
How do you
okay.
feel
So-
about that, guys?
So
Okay.
if they vote on it the 21st,
Yep.
it will be, I'll have to get it in like the 17th or 18th, just to, you know, cause it's a big ad, so they need the big ads like early.
Yeah. So would be in either the 23rd or the 30th edition?
It would be, the 24th is the official.
The Thursday is official? Okay.
Yes, so I would have to get it to them probably like the 14th or 15th, because it takes, this is a big ad, they need time.
So the 15th is what?
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
But say the
Do a
select board
15-minute.
wanna make changes on the 21st,
They wouldn't be able to,
We couldn't.
right?
no. In order to make the advertising time, you know,
Okay.
we've gotta do it get it in there 14th or
We
15th.
can schedule a nice remote 15-minute meeting, bang it out.
We can.
Friday.
Would everybody be available on Tuesday, the 15th?
Ooh, that's the date has to get in though, right?
Yeah,
Then we can do,
Monday the 14th.
we can do Monday, the 14th at,
Is that the holiday?
that's Columbus Day.
oh yeah, that's right. No wonder why that's a blank day on
So
my
what would
calendar.
the purpose be? The purpose, the only, like, the minor changes is the sponsor and the percentage.
Right.
Well, what I could do, Madam Chair, is I could send this and tell him this is how big it is, cause he just needs it for spacing.
That would
So
work.
I could send him this and say, this is what we're looking at, I might have to make a few edits in wording, but plan on this. And then that at least gets it to him early enough so he can plan the space. Then you could vote it on the 21st and he'd be able to make those quick edits, I could email it to him that night. And then just make the, you know, put the new document in, cause he's already allocated for space.
That works.
And that would give enough time for that week's, if they vote on the if it's
Yeah.
21st, that week, which is whatever that Thursday is,
Come out of the 24th.
so, and that would be enough time?
I mean, as long as you guys have allocated the space,
Mhm.
it's fine. I don't think the
Right.
wording doesn't really
Yeah.
matter.
Okay, great.
So you would hold warrant review on the 21st after you vote the warrant?
And
And
that's-
sign,
And that's our normal meeting date?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we hand the edits to Anna.
yeah,
Say, run with
yeah, that's a good point. Can we hand it to you?
No, I'll just
No,
email it
that's
to
right.
Andy.
Please don't do that to me on Monday.
It's a big story. Breaking story in Lakeville.
All right, so
There's a
so
warrant.
we'll do a warrant. Yeah.
Warrant
Okay.
review after you guys vote and approve it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have to go back, I just can't help myself. So, if it wasn't for Select Board Member Candido bringing this forward, the HERO Act, going back to the HERO Act, we would have missed it.
Correct.
Cause Lacey talked to me about it, and I said to her, well, the assessors are supposed to do that, I did get notification the assessors were gonna do that, it's on their agenda for this week, but didn't the warrant close
Oh, yeah.
2
And
weeks
again,
ago?
Yes, the reason why is because Member Candido asked that to be put on the warrant.
Right, so we had.
If she hadn't done that, it would not have been on the warrant.
Right, so some of us went by the process that's supposed to be in place. I'm glad Maureen raced to get it done, but again, I think this is falling back on the assessors not bringing it forward like they should have. So that's really pretty distressing for me.
About 5%.
There should have been far better communication.
Hmm.
It came out a month and a half ago, right on, I saw it, Lacey saw it, we talked about it, and, you know, thought they were gonna bring it forward, and guess they didn't.
So should we just leave it as?
I
the
saw it
select
was
board?
in there, but I thought they brought it forward, so,
And
no,
I did-
it should stay in there, cause we want folks to be able to take
Right,
advantage
no,
of
I
it.
think it was just the point of warrant. If it wasn't for Maureen, it should have come
Boy,
from.
everyone loves Maureen tonight. I
No,
can't get
but-
enough of it.
I never said those words.
But that's what I mean, if it was
Don't
Maureen
fall
that did
for
it, then
Don't say it.
shouldn't it stay as the select board? If it was Maureen that brought it forward, if it was
Well, it
Maureen that
should,
sponsored
But
it.
the answering, like, of the questions and stuff at town meeting, if someone, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I may, if someone's got questions on it, I'm not gonna be the expert on how it works, they're gonna be the expert on how it works.
And I basically, as much as I, you know, I'm trying not to do this, I'm basically calling out the assessors for dropping the ball. So.
All right.
We're all trying to stay in our own lane, and we're staying in our own lane, and this is why sometimes things get a little convoluted around here, because, you know, we all are trying to get everything done to the point where we go out of our own lane, and then when we aren't in everyone else's business, it falls through the cracks. So, you know, I get tired of being told to stay in my own lane, and I'm glad Maureen brought it forward, because,
I never stay in my own lane.
Madam Chair.
well,
So,
Yes,
as
sir.
far as the sponsor, again, Member Candido, but if the assessors vote Thursday to approve the two articles, should the sponsor be Select Board or Board of Assessors?
I think just for the information to give the members of the community, I would feel better if it was the assessors.
That sponsored the article.
Yeah, that sponsored the article. But again, that's gonna be
If they
dependent on
object.
their vote.
Right, exactly.
If they object, if they're like, no, but I obviously don't think they're gonna object.
I don't think they will,
you
yeah.
know.
Maybe they will, cause you called them out. All right, so.
Either way.
I make a motion, to vote to approve and sign the special town meeting warrant, subject to edits that will be reviewed on our October 21st meeting.
I thought we just decided not
I
to
thought
sign
you
it
were gonna
tonight.
just vote it on the
We're gonna
21st.
do it on
Oh,
the 21st.
okay, never mind, moving on.
Oh, that's okay, but that's a good motion, so we'll hold it
Thank you.
for the 21st, okay? Can you, Tracy, that's an action item. Brenna would like to make sure to do that vote.
I just want to get through this.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so we have the
before we
election
posted
warrant
the
in front of us
packet, we
too.
have to read it
The
verbatim.
town clerk has requested that the board vote to approve the attached election warrant for November 5th, 2024 for the state election. Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to vote on approval of the November 5th, 2024 election warrant.
Okay,
Second.
a motion and a second. As presented, we'll just say as presented.
As presented.
Any further discussion? Roll, please.
Fabian, I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candido, I.
Day I.
Okay, item 15, this is regarding, our revisiting the possible vote to approve the principal assessor job description. I spoke with, the chair of the assessors, before this meeting. They are meeting on Thursday to discuss, the job description and, the RFP? RFQ? Is it
I
a,
don't
no,
know if they're doing RFP, RFQ, solicitation of bid.
right, so
Okay,
the same thing.
can someone
Okay.
please explain to me why we're looking at this before they look at it? I mean, this makes no sense at all. With what just happened tonight with this HERO Act, I'm ready to make a motion that we just hire a principal assessor and not even do an RFP for outside services, so.
Didn't they just get these descriptions the same time we did?
Yes.
Should we just table this?
And I'm still waiting for a list on other services that, we all know that we contract out, even having used RRG, we contract out for personal property tax. We will still have to do that. Occasionally, I do believe they represent us at the appellate tax court. Again, I
Mhm.
don't know how much of that has happened in the last 6 years, 5.5 years. But the assessors have also publicly stated that there are other things that we're gonna have to pay for if we don't hire the firm. I'm still waiting for a list on what those are.
Madam Chair, I have one question on
Sure.
this too. Master craftsman level of trade knowledge in business? never heard of anything.
Where is that?
For the qualifications.
It's like a PBS show.
Yeah, I've never heard that. I didn't know if that was standard
I think it's
language.
assessor language.
Leah, you know?
Mm.
You're a lot closer to it than I am I've just never heard of it described in those terms for business administration. I've never heard of a master craftsman of business administration.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, wait a minute. There's actually a guild of master craftsmen that is related to assessing.
That's fantastic.
Okay.
Exurb, master craftsman in business
The
administration.
guild of master craftsmen.
So my question, Madam Chair, is we have two things in front of us.
Yes.
Are we making a decision on which direction to go?
We
'Cause-
we can do that tonight. I made that very clear, to the chairman that, we could possibly move this until our 21st meeting and revisit this after the assessors meet. Or there could be a motion, and a vote on the table because it's on the agenda, to.
I had a question for the group.
Yeah.
Didn't we say at our last meeting that the assessors had no preference?
They said they would honor our decision,
Got it.
but then I heard that that isn't what happened, so. But I'm trying to stay in my lane.
I mean, I would personally, at this point, given that the contract runs out at the end of the calendar year and we don't know what we're gonna get for a job posting, probably prefer to say, let's just do a bid solicitation for a company, make it a year or something, a shorter term while we figure this out. Cause I just would hate to rush and get out that job posting description if we don't have the list or if we don't have something else, and then, be looking back at this and say, oh, I wish we knew that. If we had 6 months left on the contract, I'd feel much more comfortable saying, we've got all the information to pivot.
So, I get that. Do we just wanna table this until your questions are answered with the other duties? They have a chance to review it, and then, like you said, worst case scenario, if we don't find anyone, we can just, maybe an RRG would do a 1 year. Like, if we get
Somebody, I mean,
nobody.
it
Oh,
might
he
not
was
be
just
them.
saying that we would go with the bid solicitation. We would go
Yeah.
out for a 1-year term.
Right.
And then still at least get that in here, because we could decide that we're gonna utilize their services as we figure out what's
And
gonna happen here.
Right.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
even if you go for a year, you'll have to solicit,
Right.
and we're running, it's.
Yeah.
What happens if no one bids on the 1 year?
You could put extension language in it, with extension possibilities for second and third year. They might still not go for it. I'm just very nervous that we're gonna be January 1 and not have either.
Right.
Personally.
That means no
For
taxes.
the abatements and all the exemptions.
Mhm.
And the abatement's gonna be a bear this year. I will say that I had a very, long and extremely informative, conversation with, Kathleen Driscoll? Costello, thank you, from the MAAO. It was very eye-opening, and, she's willing to talk to anyone. She's also, I do know that she had a conversation with Noel. She's, said that so it's the Assessors Association, they're willing to come and help us and support us. They're even offered to do trainings for our senior citizens, and, I don't know why the assessors aren't reaching out to them for more assistance, but, I'm a little frustrated right now that we have them offering to help us. They knew all about the situation. They started hearing from our people, which is actually quite impressive, because when folks started getting their tax bill, a lot of them headed right to social media to complain, and a whole bunch of them headed to the proper places, the state and the assessing association, and, got their concerns right to the right people. So,
So with the vote, attached to the pros, job posting, assessor position. So are we sending any edits with this job posting in case this ends up being?
So the biggest
I'm
thing.
not qualified to build this description.
Yeah.
I have no interest
Yeah,
in.
Same.
so the biggest thing that I had on the job description was actually the years, I think the last draft had 1 year to get the accreditations, but 2 years is definitely a better option, and I know it's been reflected, to change that. The other problem we're gonna run into is that a lot of the, not a lot, some of the things on this job description are currently what the assessing specialist is,
And that was my
right,
point.
is doing, so there's gonna be some overlap in that, but,
And it doesn't mention if this is a department head that people report into, where, right, because you know, having the contracted person, it's clear that it's not, whereas if you're the principal assessor, it seems to be a reason that you would be the department
I
head.
think prior to, consulting out, I think it was always the chairperson that attended the department head meetings and not the principal assessor
Okay.
at the time. I don't know if that helps,
It
but you're
does.
right, this is the time
Right.
to specify.
Yep, it does, because it's a different reporting structure, and it's like,
Yes.
you know, significantly different. But I do believe that anything that puts down in writing what another person does should be very carefully crafted, yeah.
My thought here is, at the end of the day, whatever we choose, and board assessor says, all right, we'll go along with that. Once a person or a company is hired, we're not the ones dealing with them day in and day out. It's the board of assessors. So I want them to be comfortable, no matter which path it is, that it's done correctly.
I agree, I think
So I feel like
should be,
really we should delegate this task to them.
but at the same time.
Similar to the library director is done by the library board of trustees. The planner that we just did was heavily influenced from the planning department. I feel like we're a little too ahead of this one.
Yeah, but at the same time, if I may, Madam Chair, we left it up to the board to manage all of this, and it didn't really turn out very well for
What
what we're
didn't?
in for RRG and moving forward with them. So what if their decision is actually not to go out for another, but to sign again with RRG?
Say that again?
Wait,
What if we're saying we should leave it up to the assessors, what if the assessors decide that their decision is to go with RRG again?
well, their decision would be based on a solicitation. They can't just name a company.
Yeah, no, but if RRG came
Well,
in
they-
the lowest bidder, or, you
They
know,
only.
can't, because they don't assign a contract, the board of selectmen, the select board assigns the contract.
okay, so the awarding,
Yeah, the awarding goes back to
But-
the select
But
board.
even still, if that was the case, I mean, you said it in our last meeting, like 9 years, this is the first big thing that's happened. Humans make mistakes. This was a mistake that had profound circumstance surrounded with it, but humans make mistakes. I
don't
make
think they
mistakes
make
all
it
the
again.
time. So I'm not willing to, hold a fire to RRG simply because a human made a mistake. I mean, it was big. Thankfully, we've tried to resolve it as best we can. But, I mean, I'm not gonna just say if that's the only option that comes down the pike again, that we're just gonna discredit it.
yeah,
I
I mean,
think-
I
I think we're-
feel different than that.
I feel that, I mean, this is the third meeting we're talking about this, and we haven't had any representation from the board of assessors. And,
Well, the chair was out of state for our last one, so he couldn't attend. I don't know about the others.
the only thing that I think is missing from this job description is, exactly what we were talking about before with the master plan, where the select board has specifically asked for a list of a report on chapter land. I would like to add that in there if the board still is so inclined. We've said it now a couple of times.
Great.
So if it's in here, I missed it,
No,
so.
I mean, I know I was looking for it too, but I'm wondering if it was just encumbered. because we had directed the Board of Assessors that this is a report that we're asking them to provide. Who they designated in the office to provide it.
But if we put it in the job description, then we're the Wage and Personnel Board, then it has to get done, right?
Again, let's see if I find it.
I don't know, I think we should just wait until the next meeting, see if they get in their lane and go from there. Because there's too many variables for now.
Now, regardless of the bid solicitation, if this goes out and only one firm comes back, we don't have to go with that firm. This is just a solicitation, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So we don't
But I
have
would
to go.
think you would have to at least post the principal assessor's position, because they say you don't get any bids, or you just get one.
Right, but I'm saying that
You
if
don't want it to be
we,
at the end of the year where you don't have either the contractor or a principal assessor.
but I'm saying if we wanted to vote on the bid solicitation this evening to get that out there,
You could do that.
we could do that and then wait until the 21st to.
If that's the case, then I would have the same,
That they would,
in the list of what's expected, I would ask for the same thing. I mean, I'm pushing chapter land here because it's our second opportunity, big opportunity that's been missed. It's something that I think every single one of us select board members have told constituents, have told the residences that
Yeah.
we're trying to work on that.
Nope, I'm
And
fine
that's
with
where
that.
that list is
Which is in this.
generated,
Where is it, where were you talking about putting this?
in the actual RFP.
I know,
so
but
that-
where?
Well, that's my question.
There was no notice of intent, there was no opportunity.
No, but when it came out, there should have been a notice.
Doesn't have to be.
No, but it should be.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
This board has discussed in the past, going out simultaneously with the principal assessor job posting and the solicitation for a contractor. See what comes in for principal assessor, see what comes in for contractor, and then you could weigh your options.
so this does, I mean, I know that this does say due by, on here, we can obviously change that November 7th, but at least. So, whatever this board wants to do, I'm willing to wait until after the assessors meet and we bring it back on the 21st, but if the,
Well, if we approve this bid format today, we don't have to go with anything, we can do it as a informational, correct, and have it in our pocket to execute at any time.
right, and I think that we should add the language of the 60, reporting.
Yep.
For the chapter,
So.
I think that needs to be in here, I
Would
agree.
that go under, so, under Q? Assist the town, at the select board in compiling lists of 61, chapter
So
61
this is on the
properties.
actual RFP, right?
Yes,
Okay, so under number 8, it says additional support, is that where you are?
Madam Chair, the way this was explained to me is the text in the black, okay, the A through T is what is in the RFP that we used
Right.
originally. The red text is the text that, Lacey had recommended. She had looked at other, RFPs from, I guess, other communities. So I think the first thing you gotta look at is, are we going with the black text, or are we going with the red text for the scope?
but I thought the red text was incorporated
Additional,
in
yeah.
here.
This is reworded. She reworded the black text into the red text. So if we're gonna go with the red text, she basically took the black text and reworded it,
Yeah, and it's a much longer document,
to
so.
read a little nicer and add some stuff. So I think the first thing is we have to determine if we're gonna go with all the red.
See, I disagree with that, because if you look at the minimum qualifications, we have red with, and there's a dialogue here.
Yep.
And then it goes into A, B, added the red,
Right.
and then it goes on to FGHI. J, so,
That, yeah, for the qualifications, that's right, but she told me for the scope of services, that's what she did. She took the black and she rewrote it into the red. That's what she told me she did. Because I was like, where did this come from? And she explained it to me. So,
right, but I'm saying that this is the,
just for the scope of services, that's what I'm speaking about, just the scope of services, that red. The rest is just additions into the present document.
So the
That's
red,
Lacey.
that's me, I'm
That's
cooked.
probably-
So the
That's
red
Lacey.
under the scope of services,
Yes, she took the black, she took A through T, and she told me she rewrote it in the 1 through 10 red section.
you know what?
It's confusing.
Let's
too much.
bring this back on the 21st,
really
because I just,
done in a way that
and Lacey,
helps.
she asked if she needed to be here tonight, and I said, I think that, I didn't think so, and, you know, it being the hour that it is, so we'll just ask that she be here.
Have we also invited the assessors?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
would you please make note of that?
Yep,
The assessors
got
and
it.
Lacey on the 21st,
Action
please.
item.
Got it?
And they, if we're sending this over their way, that maybe they're planning on it, but they might need to revise their agenda to look at all this stuff.
John indicated that it was being discussed on Thursday.
Is it on the agenda?
No, not yet.
He has
Nope.
the agenda.
I'm
It's
looking at their
not on
agenda
the
right now.
agenda.
Okay, so then they will need to, all right, I guess I will contact the chair. Okay, we've reached the halfway point. Okay. Job, accountant job description, my understanding, and Mr. Nunes, if you can speak to it as well, that, Lacey did have, conversations with Todd, and Todd weighed heavily in, this job description.
That is correct, he did sign off on the job description.
Excellent.
We trust Todd, so let's prove it.
Madam Chair, if I may, I have some comments. So as we've been going through this process of hiring a new town administrator and moving forward, it's become very clear that we don't have any type of succession planning. We don't have backup. We don't have any of the things that a successful organization needs to structure itself in order to, survive any type of issue that happens. Someone needs to go out for a few months or having the coverage. I would like to suggest the maybe not so crazy idea to the board of two portions to add procurement on as well as one of the job duties, but to actually make this job as town accountant the assistant town administrator. Not changing any price, not changing some of the additional duties, but I think it's probably time that Lakeville creates that. I'm not talking about creating, a whole new department anywhere. I'm talking about creating redundancy within, so we are able to farm from our own people at some point, and have a growth. A lot of people, they'll max out if they're, coming in here at some point. They're wanting to have, somewhere to go, somewhere to grow. I just didn't know how the board felt about it. I know the title sometimes will scare someone off, but I just think if we're going to go ahead and hire a full-time accountant, we might consider changing the name and description or the duties to add in assistant town administrator and procurement as well.
If I may, the HR director did have a conversation with the town accountant about putting in the job description MCPPO certified. He would recommend that the board not do that. because that person should not be acting as a procurement officer and also paying the bills.
No segregation of duties, is that what he's saying?
So he was concerned about that. Obviously, if you hire a town accountant and the town accountant has that certification, that's great, but you shouldn't put it in the job description or as a requirement.
Okay.
And that came from the town accountant. So obviously, the HR director respected his
Yep,
opinion. And as far as the, you know, whether or not to create additional responsibilities, town manager obviously is up to the board. But just be aware there is a position in the town administrator's office now as
No, that's an assistant too.
assistant too. So there may be some overlap on that.
I'm a no for now on doing that. I think that's a bigger decision down the road. I do have a question on salary though, once we're ready for a different question.
Salary wise, I did a salary poll and around here it's 90, for an assistant, town administrator.
Accounting.
Oh,
Accounting.
sorry.
If I may, in talking to the town accountant, he suggested low 90s, 90 to 92,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I look at the contract is 83 right now, and he's only here 1 day a week, but he gives us lots of flexibility.
Yeah, he does flexible.
But
He's in 2 days a week.
I'm just concerned if we're shooting a little low, that's all.
Again, no, I think 90 to 92 would be fine.
Okay.
And it's a small budget.
Yeah, but we have lots of fun things to figure out.
So we are approving this or no?
Okay.
I don't know, take another read real quickly.
So this was our first read, so we can bring it back on the 21st for a vote.
Is this our first? I thought this was the second.
Well, Todd weighed in on it.
Oh, okay. So that brings up another point for me too. I just don't think it should take 3 meetings to approve one job description. I don't even think we should have had the assessor stuff at the meeting, the last meeting, because we hadn't talked to the assessors yet. So we have an agenda of 30 items and there's still things here that I'm very frustrated with the process lately. I feel like if we can't answer who, what, where, when, why, and how on every single agenda item that, you know,
And I think, and I understand your frustration, but I think that, you know, us having gone through, you know, a transition and we now have a new town administrator as of this evening, coming on board, I think we're gonna start to see a little bit of this smoothed out. I do.
I mean, I'm satisfied with this one.
I have all the faith in the world, but I am still wondering why some of the things in the packet were dated September 24th, September 30th, and the first time I saw them was on Friday when the packet was published to the entire, you know.
Mhm.
I mean, to me, that's kind of frustrating, and I didn't even get to the minutes. I'm not even gonna apologize. I didn't even get to do the minutes. I don't know how you guys do it, y'all have full-time jobs, so, I think it's ridiculous that the rest of the entire world is benefiting from the conveniences of email, but yet we don't see anything that's in the packet until it's posted online, so.
Well, I think that, you know, I mean, in defense of our, administrator right now, I think that when information is available, we do get an email of it.
I'm not necessarily picking on Bob, I think I'm picking a little bit on the chair as well, Madam Chair, I have to say it.
Fine.
Because I do know that there was something that was on this agenda, it was taken off, there was no notification of why it came off, yet there had been a whole meeting that took place and a whole bunch of chains of emails in the background, and we didn't know anything until I asked the question, how come it was taken off? I don't understand
So
why
if it's
keeping
my job-
information,
If
please.
it's my job as the chair to, facilitate and put an agenda together based on input that I receive from the select board members and the town administration, then it gets put on the agenda for a draft, and then it goes out, everybody asks questions, and if there's something to be added or not added, then it comes off. So it would be under my purview, especially if I'm going through an agenda review and I'm not feeling comfortable or confident of bringing an item to discussion for this board because it doesn't have information, or we may need counsel to be able to weigh in on something, then I guess that would be on me, and I will take the heat for that.
Okay, and that's part of my point, but my true point here is the chair has control over the agenda.
That is correct.
The chair has no more control over any other board member on information.
Correct.
So when there's private meetings and we don't get updates on those, you have 4 board members who don't know what's going on.
Right, and I'm sorry, but what specifically are you referring to that I'm having private meetings that I'm not updating the board?
160 Bedford Street was on the agenda.
Yes.
It was decided by the chair to have it taken off. However, nothing was sent to the board on that whole topic until after I asked the question,
And I
why
think
was
that-
it?
And I think that's a timing thing, and you and I actually had the conversation, so I appreciate you bringing this conversation to the rest of the board so they
Right,
can hear it.
But
It
we
was a
should,
timing thing, and I will say that when we had agenda review and I had said to the town administrator that I am not comfortable, I think that we need to go and have a discussion with town council, and I made a recommendation of who should be in that meeting. We met with town council. At the same time, the draft agenda went out to the board. You reached out, asked why this was taken off, and I responded with an email. So it was a timing thing. I
right,
hadn't
but
had
the
a
meeting,
chance.
the meeting had happened the day before.
Right, and
okay?
I had not had a chance to send an
You
email
can
out to the
work
board.
through the town administrator, or you can work through the, the administrative assistant. I just don't understand, is it like, am I supposed to guess what's on the agenda
Oh my
or
gosh,
not?
yes, you can guess, but I think that when you
Madam
ask a
Chair,
question, I
Madam
will
Chair,
be happy to
why
share that
does
with
the
you.
board see all the information the same exact time as the rest of the town of Lakeville does? I mean, by volunteering for this job, I don't understand why certain things can't come to us via email. I just don't understand.
And I think that they do. I mean, I'm not saying that I see my packet when I pick up my packet. And I see the
But you're the
information.
chair, so this was your exact complaint when you were a select board member. I would think that you would wanna do it.
Differently, but
Yes.
we've talked about it, about changing the date, changing the time of having a meeting so that information can get out and we'd have a better time to ask questions. We talked about it, but we've never made a decision to change it other than on a Monday.
Okay, but still, the band stuff came in to the office between September 24th and September 30th. The first time we saw it was on Friday.
Yeah, that's when I saw it too.
Why is that? Why can't someone send it
Yes,
to us?
Mr. Nunes?
Okay, if I may, it's a good discussion to have right now, since I'm on my way out.
It's the safest
That's
time
true.
ever.
We love the honesty.
I do like the honesty.
Okay, so since I started back in January, the select board has received my town administrator's report. Every meeting I've ever had in the 9 months is on this report, including the meeting that we had last week regarding 160 Bedford Street and who's involved in the meeting. My first meeting tomorrow is with Andrew. I will highly suggest that whatever format he has for a town administrator's report, that he includes every meeting that he has had to keep all of you informed. I hope he continues that practice. I'm sure he will. It will be impossible, and I understand what you're saying, it will be impossible for Tracy and the town administrator to provide every document we receive within that 2-week period to the select board. Then you may get caught into a violation of an open meeting law because you are providing information that's going to be discussed at the meeting. I think it is very important for the next town administrator to succeed. He needs to know how he needs to communicate with this board. It's huge.
That brings up That's exactly what I'm
It's
talking
huge,
about here.
but in all due respect, Select Board Member Fabian, Tracy, Andrew, myself, we can't decide what we're gonna send to the board. We have to be consistent. If the board wants the packet earlier than Friday, then that needs to be discussed, but we can't decide, especially for a newer town administrator, what we should send the board on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's just, I communicate, Chairman Day, I think, could attest to this. I'm sorry, former Chairman Day, current Chairman Carboni, if you were the chair, just about every email.
Bob,
Hold on,
no,
just about every
please let me
email.
say this, cause you mentioned me being the chair. When
Yeah.
I was the chair
Yeah.
and things would come in and they were anything of substance, I'm not putting Tracy on the spot. I would ask the town administrator or the administrative assistant, this is gonna be on the agenda, this is the final agenda, please send this out to the board.
Right.
They can read it at their leisure on Tuesday or Wednesday, or they can wait until Friday.
And that is the current case. The chair has said many times to me, send this to the board. She sends in an email and I send it off. So, I lost my train of thought.
Out of this whole packet today, I mean, we got
But-
the presentation.
Right, and we received it on Wednesday or Thursday, and Tracy put it in the packet.
Right, well, we got that ahead of time, but that was it.
No, come on, there's stuff in this packet that's for discussion. It was in the packet on Friday. That was submitted.
Right, Friday.
But that's
And
been the
then-
policy of the board, then the board needs to change the policy. Example, so, getting back, when Member Day was Chairperson Carboni, I copy the chair on just about everything. At least they know what's going on. If something is important, you've all received emails from me, FYI, if something's important. Some of it may not be on the agenda, some may not be on the agenda. And I will make sure that the new town administrator does that, I'm sure he will. So if you want information earlier in the packet than the packet on that Friday, you need to make that decision. It's gonna be a challenge for Tracy, because things change. I was out of the office on Thursday and things changed. That's why I sent the email out in the afternoon. That's why the agenda, the warrant's been revised. So we are not intentionally keeping anything away
I didn't
from the
say
board.
intentionally.
No, I know, but so my plea to all of you, so the next town administrator can succeed, how do you want him to communicate to the board without violating the open meeting law? I think we do a good job at it now. Can it be improved? Sure. You gotta be consistent. Things come in last minute. Things come in last minute all the time.
Bob, over the course of 5.5 years, I was the chair for 2 years. I
Yeah.
know it was. There's a Saturday night, okay? And we got a big open meeting complaint from someone that had filed with the state. It came in on a Saturday evening, okay? I got a phone call. I dealt with it with the town administrator and the town clerk, okay? And I said, we need to get this out to Lorraine and Rich at the time. And the response I got was, we can wait till Monday. No, we can't, because I don't want them reading about it on social media, okay? It's not a you problem. It's a this board problem. It's exactly what you're saying. And if this board takes a vote and says they're all okay with having little to no time and not being prepared for meetings, then I don't have to run again, because I don't like that type of decision-making.
If I may.
Do on that?
Great.
So if something like that would happen, of course, the board would be notified. I sent an email to the board and I checked, and all the board members did receive the email regarding the transition. So maybe you didn't see it, but it's in your inbox, because I double-checked after you had mentioned it, and every board member received the email on the transition that Andrew will be here for one day for the next 3 months. So, you know, we're off subject, we're talking about the town accountant. I guess this is a good discussion, but you need to tell him, the next town administrator, how best to communicate. I'm sure he will let you know of every meeting that he has, because I will tell him how important it is, and I'm sure he will want to improve, you know, continue on that route. But as far as deciding either the chair or the town administrator or Tracy of what you should see, it's gonna be inconsistent, and people, you know, you can't make everyone happy. So, I think the best way is that everyone receives it at the same time.
Right, and I have to say that the time that I've been sitting here, I've never once said withhold information to the board.
I'm not
It's always-
saying withhold information, I'm just saying that I honestly don't know how you guys are doing it. I don't know how you're up to date when you have full-time jobs and families and everything else. I mean,
Because
this is a ludicrous amount of information to process
Yep,
from
and
a Friday afternoon for a Monday night meeting.
And I spend my time on my weekends and I have my designated time
And
to
I
do
do
it.
too, because I'm committed to doing this job, but I mean,
Right,
I
you
don't
give
know
the
if what we
family
do
time.
is we change the date, the submit date for meetings, so that way we're still not receiving things in the select board office on October 2nd.
So let's, I mean, we can add this on the agenda for the 21st for discussion, specifically when to hold our select board meetings and when to disseminate information.
I mean, if we're just all chiming in here, I mean, the last 6 months, I've not felt uncommunicated to, right? Your reports have been great. I feel like generally speaking, are some of these long? Yes, but some of them are things we can easily knock off. There's someone here, yeah, I'd love if we would've got them that quicker. But I don't feel like I'm unprepared just because of a full-time job and I get this on Friday afternoon and I come here on Monday. If there's something that like I've got real questions on, like I'll ping Bob or I'll ping a department head that, you know, might have some information to make sure I'm up to speed, for sure. And I think you've all heard me say, sometimes I'll come in here and say, I don't know anything about this, like, can we punt this? I'd rather be honest and not make us, you know, quick decision on something I'm not educated on. So like, could we get information earlier? Yeah, I'd love it, but that has a ripple effect on the entire office, and we're not staffed for some of these things.
I know Brenda had, Bob, if you don't mind, Brenda had something
Okay,
that she
go
was
ahead.
gonna say.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna ask, because I kind of understand both. Like, Parks was not this big. The school committee was not this big. Like, these packets are heavy, they're hefty, and it is a lot to go through on a Friday. So I guess my question was, with what you're saying, are you saying that you would prefer to get it maybe on a Wednesday, and then that way you can review what's done, and then anything that comes in?
I would prefer to get it on a rolling basis.
So you would be on the emails, but not necessarily discussing them, just to be up to date with everything?
Right.
So-
Like we got this big packet with the presentation. I was happy to go through that when I had time. And I felt like I digested it. If you notice, I didn't really ask a whole lot of questions because I had time to sit with it, because it came out last week.
I'm sorry, you done?
Well, is
Okay,
that,
because I'm just trying,
well,
if we-
your turn, open
if
meeting.
we do it on a rolling basis, that's more work for Tracy, it's more work for the town administrator's office. And then we have to duplicate the efforts and put it in the packet.
I know, it's
I
just a
don't think
forward
that's
on an
time.
email, that's all.
What?
It's just a forward. You hit forward, chair says.
But it's still
yes, that's-
time, and we have to remember, did we send it to the board or not? I mean, it just puts extra work on the town administrator's
And we're still gonna
office.
put it in the packet.
You're still gonna put it in the packet.
And it could be stuff that doesn't end up in the packet.
And then we send it out and you're generating discussion, that's an open meeting violation. So the best way, I think, is for the executive assistant to the TA, into the select board, and the town administrator, working together with the chair on the agenda. Perfect example regarding 160 Bedford Street. We talk about taking things off the agenda. Yes, we did have a meeting, it's in my town report.
Which we don't receive until Friday.
Right, right.
And then you're
Yeah.
inundated on Monday with
Right.
phone calls.
So in regard to 160 Bedford Street, we had a meeting with town council. There was absolutely no way we could have the meeting tonight because town council hasn't ruled on it yet, so we would have wasted our time if we continue to have it on the agenda. It is the role of the chair, I believe, to set the agenda.
Right,
So the chair, no matter who it is, can take things on or off.
right.
And that's what she did based on a recommendation
You're
from town
absolutely
council.
correct. You're absolutely correct. But the fact that a meeting took place and more than 24 hours went by and the rest of us didn't know about it is a little, upsetting to me because it's a big deal going on right now.
So
I wasn't bothered by it.
where we were
Well,
talking.
that's you, Brian.
Right, so
This,
let's not.
I wanna know what's going on, especially when we're paying town council.
So
We paid town council to draft a motion before we'd even talked about 160.
I asked the town administrator to help me out with that, right? I didn't do that on my own, I asked Bob.
But it's
"Can
the same
you-"
thing.
It's not the same thing.
So where we were talking about with the master plan implementation committee, when they talked about having a SharePoint, like a central database, is it possible to do that? I understand we can't discuss it because of open meeting violation, but is it possible to have something like that so that if something happens, whether it's the chair, town administrator, whatever, they can just drop the email in it and people on the board can see it, not discuss it, but just be aware of what's going on as it happens. So,
We probably could do that, but again, it's more time for Tracy, more time for the town administrator, I guess he could do that,
I
sure.
mean, we can do a macro, we can
Right.
do CCs, like I
It would
get-
be frustrating if we do it and no one reads it, and no one goes into it before we send the packet out, because it's kind of a waste of time.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, you know, I don't know, do you read all my
I mean,
all our emails?
you know,
I don't know.
I just don't understand why information is like such a hard thing to come by.
No, it isn't, because we're followers in the policy of the board. And the policy of the board, I wasn't aware that we should send everything, you know, when we get it. The policy of the board is to put it in a packet. And the select board has Friday afternoon, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to read. That's been the policy.
A policy committee.
Action item.
So, that's just to relieve the tension. I understand we're frustrated. I understand there's a lot
I
going on.
appreciate it.
I think we
I
should talk
do.
about it next meeting, and kind of,
Well, I wanna wait, because I think you have a point, because Andrew's coming on board, and I think it would be really good to have.
I think it's a bigger discussion on what meeting day works, which we've been talking about again, changing the meeting day, cause Monday is tough. But also, what is that deadline going to be for submissions for a meeting? With the exception of emergencies. And I mean, to my knowledge, new things came in up until Wednesday, and now we ended up with and the work has to get done, it doesn't matter how many items are on it, it's
Right.
just, I am not serving the public by not reading through the minutes. And I abstained from those votes today, and that's not my best work, but I physically did not, I mean,
So-
I was gonna read it today, and then I read the whole RFP thing instead, so.
Well, I guess the question is, the packets go in there before you leave on Friday. Sometimes I know you stay late. Okay, I know I pick mine up on Friday or the earliest Saturday morning.
I'm all over the road.
You get yours, I don't know, you're usually electronic, you're electronic. When do you usually pick yours up?
I go electronic, I look all day Friday to see when it's posted.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But I can honest to goodness say that I know sitting in this seat and sitting in that seat, everybody always has, you know, like, what do they call it, the Monday night quarterback, you can always, you know,
Lorraine, I've
put
sat in that
plays and do
seat, and
things.
I gave everybody everything I knew.
Well, I don't wanna debate this anymore, because I sat on this board when you were the chair, so.
And you know what? You can argue with me all you want about information. I have emails and emails and emails that prove I sent the information out as soon as I had it.
Okay,
So,
Town accountant?
town accountant, so where are we going with this? Are we gonna,
I'm happy with it, I don't see
I
anything.
think if Todd weighed in, then
I mean, between Todd Lacy and Mr. Nunes on this particular topic, I feel like we're covered.
did everybody have a chance to read it, and does anybody have any questions? Because then I'll entertain a motion, to approve the, proposed job posting and job description of the town accountant as presented.
So move.
second.
Motion and a second, discussion?
Just want it noted that, we really need to add procurement somewhere in the town of Lakeville on some job descriptions.
Well,
because
the town administrator is now MCPPO certified.
Still, but we don't
I
want,
understand, so maybe, you know, we have.
I think that's a good conversation
It
to
is a
have
good
with him.
conversation, it should be the assistant to the town manager, should be certified as well, and anyone else in town hall. Definitely to have that
yeah,
discussion, but at least the first step is the town administrator is certified.
Yep.
That's the first step.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll, please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye?
Day,
Excellent. All right, so in front of us, for 17, on at the last, town meeting, we voted to expend the $650,000 for the second phase of the fire station building committee project. And this is, and again, my apologies for not bringing this, in front of the board for approval, but this board must approve the extension on the contracts.
So I see 47,740, and then on the next page, I see 529,750.
Right.
So
So,
where does the
Different
650?
agenda item.
Yeah, you're,
oh, did I already, I
It
jumped
should
on
be
it.
93,890, not 47,007.
The new
What are we
contract
doing? We're
price.
talking about the Pomeroy?
I'm sorry, this is, number 17. This is the one specifically about, for the owner, project manager for Pomeroy Associates.
It should be $93,890, not $47,740.
so
So-
the change order was an increase to make the total amount the 93.
93, yes.
So this is going up recently, or this is going up something we've already voted on?
Well, town meeting's already voted on it. This is the additional, what was it, 600?
650,
Whatever, it's part of it.
55.
Okay, okay. So
Yep,
the town
it's part of
meetings,
it.
the town meeting's already voted on it?
Yes.
Okay,
This is just the contractor.
Correct.
got it. Okay, I make a motion to approve the fire station building project amendment to the owner project manager contract with Pomeroy Associates in the amount of $47,740 for design development phase 2.
Is that the right vote, or would the vote be for the total change order of 93?
Yes, that should be 97.
Apologies.
Not
for-
you.
No, it's just the way it was written on the cover sheet, so.
So please amend that to 93,890.
Second.
Motion and a second discussion. Hearing none, roll.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candy, do I?
Day aye.
And the next one is the same for Secoshio and Associates, which is the architect firm. And the total fee for them would be the $529,750. And that's within the town meeting
And
appropriation.
we originally did 600,000 for the appropriation, or?
We did 655,000.
Got it.
I still don't understand that math. 529,750.
Right, it doesn't total the 655. I did the same thing. But that may be for other fees. I'll look into that.
I don't wanna sound like a nuisance, but I would like to have where the rest of the money is.
Sure.
Because
Of
it's-
course.
if we're voting on that, then.
Madam Chair, maybe we can bring that up, maybe kind of like a budget.
I actually did ask, Taylor to put that together.
I did see
and-
that email, yeah.
Yeah, so he, hopefully will have that, because I wanted to know exactly, I thought it would be helpful to see where all that money was allocated right along.
Okay.
So do we wanna wait on this vote, or are we voting?
Well, this is for the this is to
Got it.
extend the contract
Yeah.
for phase 2.
Which one is- 529,750. Okay, so that's 577,490, and it was 650 minus
655.
655, okay. So that's an additional $77,510, so I would just like to know where that is. But, I mean, if this was already
Yeah,
done.
we'll have that line, I know.
Okay, so I vote to approve, or I make a motion to approve the Phase 2 Design Development Services fee proposal with Secoshio and Associates for the fire station building project in the amount of $529,750.
Motion second.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candy, do I?
Day aye.
Great. We did have some last minute, submissions by our, Director of Public Works. The first one is for the snowplow, contractors. I know Mr. Moniz was, hopefully to be here for the meeting, but every year, this does come in front of this board to vote the rates, so he can start advertising and drumming up business. So if you look in your packet, you'll see that there's a proposed cost and the current, what the current fee is, and then what the proposal is.
Madam
for
Chair?
each. Yes,
Director Manise did call me this morning. He was out sick today. He would have been here.
yep,
So we did talk a little bit about it. These are the suggested rates that he is recommending based on what other communities are doing, and the state rate, as you know, it's very competitive, very difficult to get plow drivers, so this is what he is recommending, and would encourage you to support his recommendation.
Do we know, Madam Chair, what, Freetown is charging? Because they're one of our nearest competitors here, and I know that a lot of folks are not gonna plow for the town of Freetown, and I just don't want us to run into the same problem.
We charge
I'm sure
$1
he's-
more.
I'm sure he's taken, that, I'm sure the director has taken that into consideration and is part of his recommendation.
So, can someone explain?
But we
all of-
don't know that, right? Cause I'm sorry, Brenna,
No, you're
I'm
fine.
just, no, cause I saw that a lot of folks were saying in Freetown that it's not really worth it for them, and I don't want us to get into the same situation, so, you know.
I see a lot of numbers. I don't
Right.
necessarily understand this.
I think, what does GVW stand for?
Gross vehicle weight.
Weight, right? Gross vehicle weight, so the bigger the truck,
Okay,
and, you know, what type of plow. Cause I think we talked about this, I think, before, cause I had the same kind of questions. So the code on the left obviously is where that would fall, you know, on his chart. But then if you have a vehicle that's 3/4 ton and it has an 8-foot, you know, plow, then your rate would be $100.
$100 an hour.
Correct.
Okay.
With a minimum, if you're a call-in for 3 hours, minimum.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Freetown did post their rates, they were revised on September 24th, so
Yep.
a couple weeks ago. It appears, if I'm reading this right, they only have 4 classifications, so it's hard to do apples to apples. But it appears that we'd be about $5 an hour more for an 8-foot plow, $10 more for a 9-foot plow, depending on the GVW, more on the 10-foot plow. So I think we are across the board higher than they are.
And, from what I can tell.
I apologize, this is Freetown we're talking about?
Yeah, from what I can tell, it looks like we have some benefits in here too that maybe they don't have in Freetown, cause I know in Freetown, they're not doing any of the cutting edge. So that was a big deal for them, so, that's,
So just to be clear, it says 3-hour minimum. All plow contractors are called every time.
mm-hmm.
What does one cutting edge per truck per season mean?
I think that's like the sharpening or.
Yeah, so on the bottom of the plow, there's actually a replaceable edge that is what cuts through the snow and ice in the bottom, so they can get a free one attached to their plow.
Is it a free one or are they sharpening it?
That I can't speak to.
Yeah, I don't
I
know
thought
if
we
it's a
had the
free, I think
equipment.
it's a free, yeah, I'm
I
not
think we
sure.
have the equipment to sharpen it, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember how it is, but it looks like we, have some benefits in here that maybe they don't have in other communities, so hopefully that'll attract plow drivers for us.
So do we actually wait for the snow to call every contractor, or is it
Yes,
pending snow?
pending snow, in snow.
So if we get news that we might have snow, we call everybody and everybody goes out?
I don't know, I
No,
think
it's
you
up to
can,
the director's,
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah.
So if it's like a maybe, they probably hold off, but if it's a definite, they might start calling earlier.
Yeah, if there's
Yeah.
stuff they can
Plus,
handle
some of our
in-house.
own people plow
Yes,
also.
right, yeah, yeah, so if they can handle it in-house, they
They
do,
do.
right, yeah.
Okay.
but the, you know, obviously if there's a big blizzard coming, you know.
I mean, we had snow 4 days last year. I wanted snow so bad. I'm so bitter about this. I wanted snow so bad, and the 1 week it snowed, I was on vacation. I was so mad.
Yeah, well, we
Wasn't even
don't
good
want snow, because that's the only reason we've been able to afford everything this year,
No,
is
yes, that's
because we
correct.
didn't have
So,
it.
thank you, global warming.
And
All
you
right.
also,
All right,
to
so,
go back to March, when we approved those additional 2 full-time employees, I think the director said that he planned on having them plow, so we'll have 2 extra plowing
Yep.
bodies this season we didn't have before.
Okay.
And I mean, it is expensive for the plow drivers, Brenna, because they need a commercial.
Yeah.
I think we require commercial insurance and so.
Okay.
all right, so I'll entertain a motion, to approve the rate of change for the change of rates for plow contractors for the, upcoming, season as presented.
So moved.
Second?
Motion and a second, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Yeah.
And also, we have in front of us, is a approval of a public way license application for the Mullen Hill Christian Academy 5K Veterans Run for November 2nd, 2024. Attached is a public way license for Mullen Hill Christian Academy for the Veterans Run, and all relevant approvals have been obtained and the user fee has been paid. And so I believe their route is on here as well, which is very difficult to see, but
It says, the start and finish of the race, they start at 25 Staple Shore Road. The course goes through the settlement. There is no street crossing. Set up at 7 a.m., registration 8 a.m., start at 9 a.m., done at 11.
It looks like they used the same email from 23. Maybe in 25 they'll give us a better one to read.
yeah.
Oh yeah, the same application. Denied. All right, I make a motion to vote to approve public way license application for Mullen Hill Christian Academy 5K Veterans Run on November 2nd, 2024.
And the hours are starting.
Starting at 7 and ending at 11
Yep.
p.m.
Okay. Second. Motion and a second, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Maureen.
What? Candy, I thought I said it. I said it in my head.
Okay. Possible vote, for a proposal that was submitted for the, right-of-way acquisition support service for the Rhode Island Road project. Mr. Nunes, perhaps you can speak to this?
Yeah, I did speak about this in my town
Yep.
administrator's report. So this is a project we're working with the state and the Beta Group. We contracted with this company to do the appraisal work and to reach out to the property owners.
And the only question I have, this fee is part of
The
what's being
borrowing,
bought?
yes.
Okay. All right.
So the funding is in place.
Yes, Brenna?
Can you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Again, as I've said, this is for, this company will do the appraisal work and they'll be reaching out to the property owners on Route 79
Okay.
to talk about the value of what the state will be taking for their profit, for the project.
So they're taking part of their
Yes.
property
Yes.
for a sidewalk?
So,
For a road
The road.
expansion?
I'm just gonna go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know more about the
Depending
project than I do, you were the TA at the
So
time.
back in 2019 and 2020, we did the vote for the Route 79 project, and we're increasing the size of the roadway, not by a lot, but we're increasing it. There'll be a bike lane, there'll be a sidewalk, but most of the land takings are actually for the telephone pole placement and the wire placement and some drainage easements. So even though we're doing a land taking, it's not really, like, you know, we're not using a lot of it for the roadway. The roadway's already the right size in a lot of the areas. It's really mainly for utility placement.
And the funding was secured. Where's the funding coming from?
That came from town meeting vote 2020.
It was 20.
Okay.
So we've already voted,
Isn't that
borrow
part of the
the
2
money.
million?
Yes, yep, 2.3 million was the dollar amount at the
Right.
town
So,
meeting.
so this is my question, this 328 is getting paid, did someone say out of the money we just borrowed?
that's what.
Yeah, it's coming out of the
question
borrowing
is,
for the
yes.
project.
Right, okay, but have we started the Route 79 debt exclusion as part of the tax?
No, cause it hasn't,
Cause it hasn't been completed, the
Yeah.
project's not
So
completed,
the
You
ban
usually,
covers any of the
Right.
small things that we're
Yeah.
borrowing against until we do the long-term borrowing.
Yeah.
correct, it'll hit the taxpayers when the project is done.
It's probably 2028, 2029.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, great. Everybody moved out. We'll have a new road.
Right.
It'll be fine.
Same thing
Okay.
with the fire station will be,
mm-hmm,
there may be some short-term costs, but the long-term will be when the project's done.
right.
And some of the easements are gonna be temporary, just to place like equipment on them for a
Mhm.
short period of time. So they'll get their grass fixed.
Okay. I'm self-conscious making all of these motions, so can someone else start?
Don't
doing
be
fine.
self-conscious.
No, I appreciate it.
Let's see, I make a motion to approve the proposal from AECom to provide right-of-way acquisition support services for the Rhode Island Road project as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candido, aye.
Aye.
Okay, this is a kind of a new one in front of us. The Aponequid Boosters, would like to be holding a bingo night. And in order to do that, they contacted the lottery, and the lottery, provided direction for them where they would need approval from the police chief as well as the select board. The application is in front of us. And I believe we have the notification from the chief. Is that on here?
You can sign the back page.
Okay, I'm just looking.
in the-
I thought I saw it, but I couldn't. Okay, I see it.
So they need permission because it's lottery tickets?
No, it's bingo, but they call it a Beano. It's,
Not necessarily gambling, but.
Mass general law calls it Beano.
Okay.
It's
Bingo
less
winners.
formally known as bingo.
OMGL.
yep. So this would be held at the Lakeville Eagles, on November 22nd for fundraiser. So, but I'll entertain a motion, that we approve the request from the Aponequid Athletic Boosters to hold their Beano on November 22nd, 2024.
Second.
Discussion? Go
This
ahead.
is weird to me.
Well, they just wanna play bingo and make it.
Right, but you need permission from the police to play bingo.
It's a rowdy crowd.
It's because there's money
Rowdy
involved, I
crowd.
think, too.
Yeah.
Did we have a
Um,
second on that motion?
Yes, I
Yeah.
made the motion,
Oh,
Maureen,
made the motion?
second.
Okay.
So my question is there an occupancy number here? This is the Eagles, right?
Yes.
Aren't they working closely with the fire chief on maintaining, accessible numbers that don't go over their occupancy?
Is that where that issue happened?
So I wouldn't, I wouldn't assume anything, but can't go over your occupancy just because you have a bingo game.
Madam Chair,
It's outside.
they get an
But-
occupancy permit, issued annually from, the building inspector, in conjunction with their liquor license. So they do have one on file in the office, I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, my question is, I thought that, I don't see anything on anywhere here that the fire chief knows about it, and I thought that there was some work going on. I just don't want there to be 200 people at Beano.
Do we want to approve it subject to communication with the fire chief?
It doesn't
It
appear to
doesn't-
be part of
I don't-
MGL.
part of the approval
Yeah,
process.
you
Yeah.
can't
Okay.
make it,
I don't think we can do that, but
Can we just ask to have him looped in?
we could ask. I'm sure he's watching the meeting.
chief. Mike, read the packet.
All right, I make a motion.
No,
To
we
a-
have a motion and a second.
Oh,
already.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Any further
We're all
discussion?
tired, Brenna.
Okay, hearing none, roll please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candido, aye.
Yeah.
And, we have a request from the Board of Health to reappoint, Gabby Almeida and Shailene Rodriguez as Shared Services Health Specialists. Their appointment, if appointed, their terms would expire on September 30th, 2025, so I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candido, aye.
Yeah.
Hey, Meg,
Yes,
What do you
fire
say?
chief responded in regard to the last item. The limit is the same every day. Fire department can do a spot check to make sure they are compliant.
Thank you, Chief O'Brien.
We'll be there playing anyways. So.
okay. We have a request, to appoint the following.
I know,
Tom
isn't it
Barron, Bruce
crazy?
Chase, DVM as wardens, and Alan Frawley, Cynthia, Gendron, Carol Carson, and McDonald Sprague III as volunteer observers for the Middleborough Lakeville Herring Fishery Commission. If appointed as the wardens, Tom Barron and Bruce Chase, their terms would expire on September 30th, 2027. And then the volunteer observers, Alan Frawley, Cynthia Gendron, and Carol Carlson and McDonald Sprague III, would expire on September 30th, 2025. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? I'd just like to say, rock on, or fish on, or whatever. Roll, please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Day aye.
And I appreciate their work too. Senior pantry update.
The contract's been signed and, we're working through a few things, but hopefully the project will start soon.
Okay. Fire Station Building Committee, we're meeting on Wednesday evening, so please tune in. We're gonna have updates and, you know, discussion more on how we're gonna do some more, community outreach that we have planned to reach the public. Old Colony?
No news, no new news. The next meeting is on the 14th. I thought it was tonight, so I apologize. I thought I missed this evening. It's the 21st, 2 weeks from now. So the 21st is the next meeting. I'll be in touch with the superintendent director to see what they plan on for votes or whatnot. So, you may or may not see me here for the first time of our meeting.
Well, we can start later and then run later.
Don't worry, you'll be here.
Okay. If you can go on and, we have to ratify, the Information Technology Subcommittee. At our last meeting, we had, quite a few members, of interest, letters of interest, and we had all representatives show up, and we changed the charge, to 5 members, so.
I'd like to make a motion to ratify the vote taken at the September 24th, 2024 Select Board meeting to revise the charge of the Information Technology Subcommittee membership to
Include 5 members at large.
include 5 members at large.
Motion,
Second.
discussion? Roll?
Babe.
Well, I'm not supposed to do this. Are you raising your hand for this?
No, I will, but
Oh,
we're,
no, I'm sorry.
okay.
Presentation of the kid.
Okay, discussion on the committee, right?
Yes,
Okay. Again, like we said that night, just super thrilled with everybody, the 5 people that came out. That was like one of the best things I've ever had to do
That was
as a
stacked
select board
team.
member.
right,
That's it.
okay. And roll, please.
Baby and I.
Donahue, aye.
Carboni, aye.
Candido, aye.
Day aye.
Noel, you've been flagging, what do you got?
It's not on the agenda.
Community outreach. I think this might help you. I have something to read to you.
Should this be the next meeting?
If this, no, it is because, we're not, this isn't on the agenda, but I know that you, is this regarding a letter that you submitted?
No, this is about communications, community outreach, technology,
All
outreach
right.
to the community, you know, like we've been talking about. Can I read that?
I would well, because it's not on the agenda, but I'm trying to think of a way, this board needs to decide how we're going to bring in, public input and how we're going to
May I
communicate
read
that.
May
Yeah.
I read a brief statement?
What, Brian? I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was just gonna respond to your question, sorry, go ahead.
This is where, because it's not on the agenda, and we're trying to get through this business, so I'm trying to figure out how, at what point can we have the community provide some input on these items?
I've put a lot of work into this.
I can see that.
A lot of
Madam.
work into it and research, and I found a $200,000 grant to improve
Okay, you can't.
the website,
Right.
which would help you communicate.
Right,
Madam
I
Chair.
know, yes, Mr. Neal.
If I may, this is a perfect example of getting back to what we discussed earlier. In all due respect, we talked about this is great work, but this has to be an item on the agenda.
I haven't even been able to get my emails answered.
Okay, whatever, I'm just saying, it's 9:45.
Pardon me?
It's 9:45 PM, this is not on the agenda.
I have not been able to get a response by email
This-
to get it on the agenda. So I'm gonna leave that with you, and maybe somebody can apply for that grant.
We wanna hear from you, but it
No,
needs
no.
to be put
Maybe
in.
I'll get an email.
Noel, please, I'm just saying that clearly you put a lot of work into this, and I don't want you to feel dismissed, because that's not the
Well,
intent here.
You're dismissing me.
That's not the intent here. I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna get this on, and I have in here, I'm gonna start adding all correspondence that this board receives into the packet, so that we all have it, so. If you can leave the information with me, do you have a letter you can leave
It's
with
right
me?
there. I'd like to read it so that people can hear it, that are home watching.
So the problem is, Noel, it's an open meeting law violation, and that's what it is. It's not
Okay.
personal at all.
Okay, no,
It's an
not.
open.
Okay, I didn't understand that, so
Right.
let me hold this. Can I please leave this with you? I think Brian is taking the lead on technology. Am I right?
Yeah.
We
Yes.
haven't had a meeting yet.
Run with
but-
it. I won't take up any more. of your
No,
time.
okay, but we have to figure this out, because this
do.
really upsets me that I have to turn somebody away. It really
No, no.
upsets me.
I think we should have it on our agenda about the public speaks portion of our meetings. And when
And
we
give them
have
an opportunity, because this is just,
But again, this is, okay, so it's been said that they're not getting information
bad right
in a
now.
packet.
I know.
We're receiving new information that you haven't seen.
I know.
So what's the
Usually doesn't
difference?
say this.
Nothing's, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same
But
thing.
if you accepted this as an agenda item, you would be,
They have to, they just can't come to
Meeting
meetings and
right,
start
right,
talking.
exactly.
especially with a presentation, as opposed to just, someone speaking their mind.
Well,
Yeah.
we've
So
we've
that was a
had
good point.
precedents now, I think 3 times, where residents show up and under new business, we allow them to speak for 35 minutes.
But this wasn't even new business, I mean, you can't.
No,
even-
but that's what's been happening.
Yeah.
right,
So
and
I
I
think
don't,
now
and we
there's an
can't have that.
expectation.
No, because we have to either vote in a community speaks portion,
Yep.
where we put the rules around it.
Right.
Where, Supreme Court,
Mhm.
just ruled on that last year about the way it has to be worded
Right.
in order to ensure,
Yeah.
people get the
Because I
information
want
they
them to be
need.
heard. This
I
really
agree.
bothers me that
I know, but we have to,
because I wanna hear what the residents have to say, but I wanna make sure we have the right vehicle in which to do so.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
we'll soldier on, but, yeah.
all right, can
Thank
we?
you for bringing that easel though.
Yes, thank you.
That was very timely.
Communication and community outreach, how are we doing with?
Am I allowed to start this by myself? Like, do I have to wait to form a committee before I
You
can
know, you
actually
can start
start?
working
Committee
on
of one,
some.
you can't vote on anything
You
though.
can't vote on anything, but you can start putting,
I make a motion.
second. I mean,
Okay.
there's no reason why you can't start to,
Put
Okay.
some stuff together as chair,
Well, no, I mean, you gotta hold on here, because we often say that we have to like task people with doing certain things. We don't all wanna go off and do things and then start asking for resources at town hall. I mean, we gotta figure out what this is gonna be.
Has there been any interest? Has there been any? Would
No,
you,
Noelle had submitted a letter.
Yep.
But she had decided that it was in her best interest not to be on the committee. Which is why.
whereas in that, I think would be
We're
exactly
where this, I
where
think,
this would be.
I think Noelle would be fantastic at it. I know I mentioned that to her before, because she has the heart of the, trying to get people the
I
information, so anyways, I
Completely
just,
agree. Like, I went over, I talked to her, we had a big, long discussion, and this was
Yeah,
she actually told me about that.
yeah.
But
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will try to push, this community, I'll get it back out on Facebook and bump it
I
up on the website,
appreciate that.
so.
I really do. Okay. But I mean, just do what you, without, I guess, get your plan in motion. So when you do have 30 people knocking at your door, Brenna, you'll be ready. Okay, any new business that came up today that didn't come in front of the board that needs to be discussed? I don't know of anything that we.
just one quick thing. I saw Lacey's email about Citizen of the Year. Citizen of the Year award. I thought that might be fun. We could have people nominate people that they think they should be
Well,
considered Citizen of the Year.
I know the perfect, subcommittee that I would fall under. Cause that's a community engagement.
Don't do that to me, because right now I'll nominate Noelle. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's all I had.
Okay. Under old business, we have ARPA updates, and I really want that IT, I really want
I
that
gave my
broadband.
update under the town administrator's
I know,
report, they
yeah.
extended the deadline to the 24th of September. Projects are ready to go.
I had an ARPA question,
Yes.
and shame on me for not thinking of it earlier, but did we in previous iterations fund the Bridge Street light?
An ARPA funding?
Yeah.
No.
Would that be
It's too
considered
late.
or no? But would it
Absolutely.
have been considered?
Probably not.
Okay. I almost feel a little better
Yeah,
for it.
Probably not, no.
Because I didn't remember if it was a conversation before, like,
We have
you know, back
discussed
when
it.
ARPA
Yes.
started.
We did discuss
I
it.
mean, that project in general is kind of stalled out. I don't know if it was just due to the amount that the state
Right.
wanted us to put up to do it.
Yes,
Or just
that
the
was,
design, or-
that was prohibitive, so the state was gonna pay for the light, but we had to pay the 200,000 for the, which is more now, it's probably, what, 250, in order to do that.
but we,
And then I don't know with that project going at the hospital, if the state would want to redo a traffic study or something there. I mean, now you're gonna have everything else across the street.
well, maybe we could put that, cause I think I got a couple of questions about where we're at with that too.
Yeah, because, you know, we don't wanna give back $2 million worth of light on, I mean, that's a dangerous intersection. I have two newish drivers, and it's always that moment where we're like,
Traffic is really, I mean, driving up there at 4:35 in the afternoon, I'm blown away at how much traffic is
Yeah.
up on 105.
It's something that, we should visit, at some point as a project if we can't fund it under any other mechanism.
Well, we do need to ratify the vote that we took, on September 24th, regarding the Clear Pond Information Technology Infrastructure.
I'd like to make a motion to ratify the vote taken on 9/24/24 regarding Clear Pond Information Technology Infrastructure, in the amount of $150,000.
Motion, a second?
Second?
Any further discussion?
Sorry.
Roll?
Fabian, I.
Johnny, you right.
Carboni, aye.
Continue on.
Yeah,
Open space update?
What update?
I think you sent
Open
us an
space.
email on that one.
Open
so we-
space, Tracy and I talked about it today. Tracy, you said that the edits,
I'd spoken to Kathy Murray. She was halfway through editing the document. She hopes to have it by the end of the week. She did receive the information from Joan, and then we can schedule, Lisa to come in and start the formatting.
So there's edits that still need to be done?
I thought they had already been done.
I thought they were
This is
done.
like the longest story ever told.
I don't know if she's gone back and is like rereading it, but I will ask her again, but she
I
said she
never
had it by
say
the end of
this,
the
but
week.
done is better than perfect at this point.
yeah, don't let perfection be the,
Yeah.
So can we just get the formatting? Can we just get it to,
I mean, is this something
Lisa?
that they can modify once it's in place, kind of like the emergency response plan, or,
Please,
I mean,
AI,
Yeah.
format.
so, yeah, let's just get it to Lisa to get it at least format, and if there's any editing to be done, we can at least get the format done. But thank you very much. I mean, I know that there's been, a lot of people.
Someone approached me and said they could help with the formatting. So if we could just get it in our possession, maybe we could get it done on this end.
Well, Lisa, our floater, will-
Yeah, she's gonna come in and do it.
okay. Do we have a timeline that we would like to have it done by?
3 years.
Okay. Do we have,
it's a grant blocker, right? So we
Yeah.
get that
yeah,
done.
so when do we want it done?
First.
If Tracy and I get it by the end of the week, as was told to us today, as told to Tracy, Lisa will get right on it. She's great. She'll do it.
All right, well, let's,
Yeah.
Lisa's coming in Friday because I'm off Friday.
So let's,
she will
by
be
the end,
available
She'll be coming
to
in
work on
twice a
that.
week or whatever, so we'll make sure she gets it done.
okay, perfect, thank you. All right.
She needs to get it though.
I will
Okay.
work on that.
October 21st is our next meeting, 5:30 here at the police station. We do have a couple of, letters in here for correspondence, for the record. The Lakeville Parks Commission, met on September 24th to discuss the possibility of dissolving the Park Commission Enterprise Fund. Because they joined us to talk about it, but at their meeting on the 26th, the commission voted to recommend that the town not dissolve the enterprise fund at this time. It is the commissioner's view that we should focus first on long-range plan for the parks and how they are managed before making any changes to the current funding structure. So that was from the Parks Commission.
Immaterial. It's immaterial to the conversation.
But, and then, we did receive a letter, from Noel. How do I say her last name?
Rillo.
Rillo.
Oh, I've been very Frenching it every time I say it in my head.
I love it. Proposal for communication liaison in residence. I just think it would be nice to read this into the record. I am writing to you in light of the recent initiative of the board members to implement communication system to act as a liaison with our residents. It is a perfect timing, and integrating technology as you've expressed makes sense. The new town administrator seems to be right on board too. Over the 12 years that she's lived in Lakeville, she's received many letters from herself. Some have gone, but most sent as emails, but also some as conventional letters like this one. Residents are actively involved in the town and have strong opinions that they are not shy in sharing, as you know. I realized yesterday that as the agenda currently stands, for example, on 9/24, agenda item number 8 read correspondence. This refers to administrative, legal, business letters that come into the departments. There does not seem to be a current policy or procedure in place for addressing letters written by residents to town board members, administrators, that is reflected in their respective agendas, or if there is, it isn't working effectively. Certainly not every resident letter that is received warrants placement on an agenda, but for residents who have written to the board members, they want to see acknowledgement of the letter as well as a response to the subject involved. It could be as simple as a response. This is on the agenda for the select board meeting on October 7th. Please attend. I realize that by incorporating social media, as has been mentioned, there is an effort to improve the communications with Lakeville residents. I believe finding the right person to do that will not be difficult. At the same time, please do not leave by the wayside those residents who do not use social media, but communicate with conventional letters like this one. People have different methods of communicating, and conventional letters are just as valid. They can't be ignored. I know that letters do get stamped in with the date received, but I can tell you there have been times when my emails and letters have not been answered unless I make follow-up phone calls, and there are residents who are not going to take that extra step to call. There is time-sensitive subjects that warrant a more speedy response also. I propose that when a letter comes in to the town hall, either by mail carrier or email, they get processed and tracked into a communication system with the same level of timely dedication, so that each resident sees that they have been acknowledged and that there is follow-up, social media aside. This will align with the initiative to improve communications overall, as many of you board members have expressed. And thank you, Noel. I really appreciate the letter. So, taking that into consideration, she's not wrong at all. When we get letters and stuff, we just haven't put a policy in place to say, is it the chair that responds? Is it individual board members? So.
Well, sometimes it's not clear if a response is being requested, it's just they're looking to
It's
get something off their
rhetorical,
shoulders,
yeah,
or
like,
some
they're not.
information out there. I mean, it'd be helpful to have in there, like her opinion, but then it gets problematic, because
Because
if
you can't
5 of us
give your
independently give
opinion.
opinions,
Right.
you're
Polling
then
the
open
board.
to,
Right.
you're
Can't do
open to
that.
serial negotiation. This is where it gets
So I
hard.
guess your letter's received, and, we'll just acknowledge that we're in receipt of your letter.
But yeah, it is, because again, you don't wanna weigh in on something that it could come before the board, and then if all of us respond, obviously, that's, you've just voted.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, well, I'm personally gonna look into that a little bit further to see how we can better communicate that. And then we have a letter from Xfinity in here. They're disconnecting cable. No, I'm just kidding. That was a horrible thing to say at 10:15 at night. They're gonna be customers will receive advance notice of changes, on their bills.
Going down, are they?
Wouldn't that be lovely? Just to keep their customers informed that there are changes to the services. Okay, I'll entertain a
Like to
motion.
make a motion to adjourn?
So moved. I thought I so moved it. I so
Second,
moved
if
it.
we didn't already.
All right, so moved it. At 9:59. Roll, please.
Baby and I.
Thank you,
Carboni, aye.
Candy, no, I.
Day, aye.